Tap in, tap in. Dilly deal. What's the dilly deal? Hey, cool your gun off, dilly deal. Cool your gun off, man. Don't kick him out. Don't kick him out so fast. Don't kick him out so fast. Don't mess with the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? Yes, class is definitely back in session. We're gonna talk about it, man, because this is a real crazy situation. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Got Marshmallow in the building. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Appreciate it. Let's get to it. Real controversial today, man, because I'm going to just say really how I feel. And I'm going to just keep it way 100 with the whole situation of what goes on in this country and why we keep seeing ourselves in the same situation over and over and over and over and over again as a people dealing with this racism in America. You know what I'm saying? There's so much going on right now, man. There's so many topics I can talk about, but I wanted to talk about this Nolan Wells situation because, you know, I have a brother that works at, not works, but he has a channel called Taylor House Publishing. And if you ever get a chance to check out his channel, it's called Taylor House Publishing. He shows you literally everything that be going on, man, with our people over here in America. And we go through a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I keep trying to tell us that, man, we're at war right now. And there's no need to sit around and play like we're not, because we are. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to try to fool nobody into thinking that, you know what I'm saying? But it's all science. It's really, it's all science. And when you understand that, man, you have to do it on a scientific level. And I don't think that our people, especially when we just say this, I don't think that the men, particularly black men, really understand their job. You know, so we're going to get into it, man, because it's very important, man, that we really sit back and we talk about this situation. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We're going to get into it. So, y'all know who this is. It's the Nesubiti Menkeparatha Moses the Great. Let me say that again. It's the Nesubiti Menkeparatha Moses the Great. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody that's tapped in. You know what I'm saying? We're going to continue to keep building and putting this mega work, man, that we've been doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Jay Fletcher says, can you put on another 2 necklaces? No, I can't. You know what I'm saying? Today, man, we're going to talk about it, man, because it's a deep subject, man. And one that's dear to my heart as a person who's been a revolutionary, man, for over 20 years. You know what I'm saying? A person that's part of the Black Panther organization, man. And I've been putting in a lot of work out here in California. You know, situations like these, man, they hit all of our hearts, man. To see young brothers, man, don't even get a chance to live their life out, live their dreams, and, you know what I'm saying, have children and become full adults and, you know, just enjoy the fruits of life. And as parents, you know what I'm saying, of children, I can just imagine the amount of devastation that they feel within their hearts of seeing their child no longer here and have to go through that whole pain and suffering of all those years invested in this child, all of the love invested in this child, only to see him die at the hands of some racist, you know what I'm saying, neo-Nazi, colonialist, Mississippi white folks, man, who, you know what I'm saying, are trying to live a legacy that has long died out long time ago. You know what I'm saying? But it's a fight, man, that we have to keep fighting. And like I keep telling you, if you expect the American government to sympathize with you or have any kind of sympathy towards what you got going on, you've lost your mind. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to happen. So the thing about it is that a lot of times, man, you know what I'm saying, we have to analyze the situation, you know what I'm saying, and take care of the situation ourselves. And we want to talk about the science of it, because when you just understand the science of it, you understand that everything that they have been doing to us scientifically, they've been doing it on the science-based level. It's not just, oh, we're going to just go kill black people. No, they do it with purpose. And the reason why they do it with purpose is because they understand the psychology behind it. You know what I'm saying? Yesterday, 3 people had got arrested for threatening the judge in this case. They, you know what I'm saying, whatever they did, the judge got mad and locked them up for it. But I want to just talk, I want to talk on a real level, on the street level. You know what I'm saying? I've been blessed myself, man, to not have nobody in my family, you know what I'm saying, that has been killed and murdered by the police. I haven't had nobody in my family who's been, you know what I'm saying, killed by any white people. I've been in a lot of fights with white people personally myself, you know what I'm saying, whether it's been in street or in prison, you know what I'm saying. But, you know what I'm saying, I haven't come to the point where any of my family members personally have been killed by white supremacy. And like I told you, generations before mine, my great-granddaddy fought in the Civil War as a major general down in Louisiana. So I continue on with that legacy of fighting against, you know what I'm saying, colonial rule in this country, white supremacy rule, whatever way you want to call it, neo-Nazis, whatever way you want to call it, you know what I'm saying. I continue on with that fight, and my channel was mostly dedicated towards that. Also, my channel was dedicated towards, you know, pointing out things that people just not seeing on the day-to-day basis. Very, 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 very important. You know what I'm saying? So, with this case right here that's been going on, I'm sure everybody's more familiar with it. But the young brother going out there, traveling with some Europeans, and ends up getting fatally killed, and, you know what I'm saying, a whole lot of stuff that's been going on with the situation and this and that, and a lot of people upset because they look at that young boy and they say, hey, that could be my son. You know what I'm saying? And we sympathize with the family because of all the things that we have faced as black people here in this country, of constantly going through the brutality, the murders, the economic disadvantages, all the things that we have suffered inside of this country. Yet, we still rise to the highest heights, and we still overachieve in a country that's constantly working against us. You know, even on my own channel, you know what I'm saying, I've constantly faced racism from, you know what I'm saying, low-life, neo-Nazi, colonial wannabes who, you know what I'm saying, whoever, if they ever saw me in real life, would probably cower and run. But that's a whole nother subject. But that comes with the territory of being a black man in America, and that you constantly have to fight against the adversity of life. And whether it be white people or whether it be nature or whatever it might be, that's part of life. You have to constantly fight against the adversity in life in order to succeed. And those of us who are very, very intelligent and have the ability to be clever inside of this society, we constantly succeed. And those of us who can't, you fall, you die, you become homeless, and you watch people just step over you as they go on their daily ways. You know what I'm saying? I watch and see the whole aspect, and I don't separate myself from my people, because I understand that that man that I see that's over there sleeping on the corner and could be me. That man that's homeless over there, out there on drugs, that could be me. So I don't walk around as if the suffering that my people are going through doesn't affect me personally, because it does. Just like it does with every black person that drives down the street and constantly seeing your people in destitute places and living in poverty, you know what I'm saying, knowing that they're living inside of a system that is working against them every single day. You know what I'm saying? And we can sit around here and act like the American government is for black people, but we'd be a damn fool if we do that. And I don't think my audience, you know what I'm saying, are any fools. So, you know what I'm saying, I don't see them, you know what I'm saying, buying that. But with that being said, you know what I'm saying, I will be opening up the phone lines so that we can build, and y'all can give me y'all perspective on what y'all see what's going on, because I'll just be real with y'all. You know, I believe we're at war. I believe that we have been at war. We ain't never stopped war. I believe that sometimes the wars, I ain't gonna even say has ever stopped since we've been over here. And any man, and it's the cool thing about, you know, our culture, is that we want to have fun, because for so long, man, we've been in prison. So long we've been going through things, so long. So we want to have fun. So we have a culture based on fun. But at the same token, having a culture based on fun does not mean anything gets done. And the thing about it is that, you know, I'm connected with the rap industry. I'm connected with all of that. But then, you know, the industry that we're building up now up under my leadership, it's not based on having fun. It's not based on none of that. It's based on doing what is necessary to make sure that we maintain our freedom for generations. Make sure that we maintain our culture for generations. Make sure that we maintain our security for generations. That, I feel, is my purpose of why I even have this channel, and why I constantly am trying to push out insight for our people, so that they can see, you know what I'm saying, the reality of life, as opposed to living in this dream fantasy reality. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's tough. It's not easy. It's not easy breaking one culture and coming back to your own culture, especially when the society does not want you to be a part of your own culture. There's a major pushback. There's no way, bro, if I had a 9-to-5, like majority of my people have, there's no way I can get up every morning and bust fresh like this. It would be impossible. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I go to work, they be like, put a shirt on, or you need to do this or do that. The white man would have so many rebuttals on my whole style, that he would be like, you can't work here, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because he has put us, and he has socially engineered us to fit into every little box that he wants us to fit into. And anytime you don't fit into that box, you're not going to be allowed to be within his presence. Whether we want to acknowledge that or not, that's just the truth of the matter. So I had already set my life up so that I can do this every day. And a lot of brothers can't do it. And that's just the fact of the matter is, whether white people want to acknowledge that or not, they do not like African people's culture. And I'm not talking about this, that, or I'm talking about in America. You go back to dressing like an African man, or you have a cultural identity or something like that, white people are not going to allow you to be inside of their jobs dressed up like the true kings and queens that you are, or whatever position you had inside of the kingdom. You're not going to be allowed to do that. Period. So you know what I'm saying? I'm a unique individual. So you know what I'm saying? I have European clothing, of course, pants, this, that, or whatever, how we dress it or whatever. But for the vast majority of the time, man, I do like to wear my own cultural clothing. And it's been a major pushback on that, man. I have at least, and I went back with my team, man, and we looked at all of the comments that I have received. And all the comments that I have received on my channel, majority of them have been white people who have been negative towards me, knowing their own history of oppression, knowing their own history of discrimination, knowing their own history of trying to shape and mold black people. They've been on my channel the most trying to discourage me or trying to clown me, including some black people too, trying to clown me for representing my own culture. Trying to tell me that I'm not from Nubia, trying to tell me that I'm not from Kemet, trying to say that my culture comes from, my people come from West Africa and they was never on the east part of Africa. All kinds of things that I have heard on my channel. And do you think it has stopped me? Obviously, it hasn't. But it's just been an interesting experiment to actually listen to these people try to tell another man how he should and shouldn't dress. And see, the reason why I tie this all into the Nolan Wells case is because we have to understand something, is that in this process of us becoming a freer people, because we're not completely free, but in us becoming a freer people, what has happened is that we're going to constantly be killed, murdered. You know what I'm saying? This is all part of the process of us becoming more freer. Because I've sat back and I've listened to white people say that they hate to see us progress. Let me say that again. I've sat there and listened on YouTube and have white people explain to us why they hate us so much. And the reason why they hate us so much is because of the progress that we keep making. We keep progressing even after 400 years of brutality, racism, you know what I'm saying, murder, genocide, everything. Everything, man, that, you know what I'm saying, all the stuff that we have been through, and we continue to progress as a people. And in the process of us continuing to progress as a people, it makes them upset. It makes them mad. See, it's okay. It's okay when they see us lying on the street, on drugs, destitute, you know what I'm saying, hungry. They like that. It makes them feel good to see black people hungry, crying. And that's the position they want you all in. That's why they voted so heavily for Trump. That's why they voted so heavily for him. To try to put you back in your place. They want you back in a place of so-called beneath them because they know you're the furthest thing from beneath them. You're the furthest thing from beneath them. So they want to put you back in that place of destitute. They want to put you back. They want to show you that they have the power over life and death. They have the power to control your destiny. They have the power to control your life. Everybody gets 24 hours of sunshine. I mean, everybody gets 24 hours of light. You get 12 hours of sunshine. But you best believe if they can control your 12 hours of light, they're going to do it. If they can put up this little company standard up every time you go to your job and tell you this is how you're supposed to dress, this is how you're supposed to look, this is how you're supposed to do. If they can continue to keep doing that to you for another 50, 60, 70, 80 years, they will continue to do that. They want to shape and mold you into what they want to do. That's why it's called social engineering. They want to shape and mold you into the image they want. They want to play the God over you. They want to be the government of democracy that dictates to you how you're supposed to get up and behave and use your and live your life every single day. That's what they want to do. And a lot of black people, you get up every day and you participate in it. You don't think it over. You never work towards your own freedom. You never work towards getting back the things that were stolen from you. You never do none of that. You only focus on what he got you focused on. And that's okay. That's okay. But the thing about it is, in the long run, it's not good. Because I'm going to tell you what always happens. You go to work. You become a company man. And as soon as that company don't like you no more, they snatch that identity from you. And you don't understand the mind state of that. The psychological breakdown that your mind has when you lose that identity with that job. I don't care what job it is. When that job is handing you a check every month, handing you a check every week, whether you know it or not, you start to embrace that job as a self-identity. So when somebody comes up to you and they say, hey, what do you do for a living? You don't say, I'm such and such part of this tribe, and I'm here and this, and we're part of this tribe. You say, I'm a garbage man. You say, I'm a McDonald's man. I'm a Burger King man. I'm a Wendy's man. I'm a this man. I'm a that man. Because your job is tied into your identity. It becomes your identity. And when he fires you from your job, you go through a period of being lost in your identity. Tell me that you ain't never had a job that you really, really like, and then you lost the job and you lost a sense of self. You lost complete sense of self. See, the difference between the ancient days and now is that the ancient days, when you walked up to a man, his identity was his tribe. Not the job he did in the tribe, but his tribe. If you walked up to him, I'm chief such and such from this tribe. I'm chief such and such. Or I'm Indian, or I'm this, but I'm part of this tribe. And you couldn't get fired from that tribe. That became a part of your identity for your whole life. Nowadays, the reason why it's so hard to get black people to organize and be a part of one organization is because a lot of black people don't identify with the struggle no more. They identify with their job. Oh, and that's all they are. See, the best way I can explain this whole so-called American experiment that's going on right now is these people have literally taken your identity away from you, and now you only identify with whatever they give you. Whatever job you have, that's what you are. Meet a chick in the strip club, what are you? I'm a stripper. Ask another girl with it, or I'm a secretary, or I'm this, or I'm that, or whatever. Titles. See, the situation with this Nolan Wells case is that the men, particularly his fathers, uncles, nephews, or whoever they are, they haven't cried out for blood yet because they don't have no identity. There's no family tradition there. Yeah, you went and you hired some civil rights attorneys and stuff like that, but one thing I believe in, especially when it comes to my family, is this. Is if you hurt a family member of mine, we got to match that energy. I have to meet your negativity with negativity. That's why in the Jewish law, it's an eye for an eye. See, one thing my granddaddy told me all the time is that self-preservation is the first law of nature. If somebody knows that the penalty for killing you is going to be death for them, they're a little bit hesitant because self-preservation kicks in. See, we haven't established that relationship with our fellow white counterparts. It's always you kill us and we try to do some type of civil rights and this, that, or whatever, and we try to take it to the court. And listen, that has never worked out good for us. All it does is encourages more violence on us. It encourages more murders. It encourages more hangings. It encourages it because the penalty is not the same. The penalty isn't an eye for an eye. The penalty is you knock my eye out, and now I got to go to court and do this and that and this, that, or whatever. It's not the same. See, what should have happened with this Nolan Wells case is that soon as that situation had happened with their son, and they found out that their son was killed, they should have found out everybody that was a part of that situation and went for an eye for an eye. I know a lot of people want to say that's controversial and you shouldn't be promoting violence and this, that, or whatever. But listen, that's the only thing white people respect. That's the only thing people respect. I've learned that lesson the hard way in life. Is that the only thing human beings respect is when you see your own blood. That's it. When you see your own blood, it makes you think a little bit different. I remember one time I got in a fight with a dude, thought it was tough. Punched him in the nose, his nose started bleeding. He saw his own blood, didn't want to fight no more. Didn't want to fight no more. Saw his own blood and was like, you know what? I don't want to keep taking this, keep taking these L's like this. So I'm not encouraging this and that, but I'm just saying if it was my family, if something was to happen to my children, I'm not going for no civil rights attorney. I need blood. And when we establish this blood oath with these people that, hey, if we lose, you lose, the situation will be different. And we already know subconsciously that going inside of a legal system that is not controlled by us and won't give us the same fairness of due process and fairness, and there's no need. We already know that the system in America has been corrupt since they assassinated John F. Kennedy, since they assassinated Abraham Lincoln. This is not a system built for us. This is not a system built for us. So why are we fooling ourselves and thinking that we're going to be able to go to a whole nother race of people, to the judges of those race of people, and ask them to prosecute their own? They're not going to prosecute their own people at the same rate that they prosecute us. We will continue to be fools to think so. And they look at us as fools as long as we continue to participate in a system that we know is not built for us. Period. The truth is what it is. The only thing white America is going to ever respect, and you should see that by looking at the Iranian war. Soon as Iran started getting up in that ass, Trump called for a timeout. They said, hold on, let's have a timeout. Let's have a timeout. Let's talk this over. Let's negotiate. We don't want no more bloodshed. Well, yeah, you don't want no more bloodshed because now the bloodshed is being distributed on your side. Now, your people are dying. Now, you got funerals you got to set up. Now, you got to call mothers and fathers and tell them their children is dead. It's okay when The other side is dying because you ain't got to make those calls. You ain't got to set up those funerals. But soon it start happening on your side, and now you got to start setting up the funerals. You got to start making the calls personally. It start weighing on your conscience. So if we ever want to stop these people from killing our people, it has to be equal. If we see our people being hung from trees, guess what? We need to be putting them right next to the hanging. Right next to it. If my people gotta hang, your people gotta hang. Period. See, it's always okay. So, oh, you talking this and that. Well, what's your solution? Because every time I listen to white people, their solution is we need to go over there and kill the Iranians. That's your solution. So why shouldn't that be our solution? I mean, the only real enemy that we have over here in America that's fighting against us and locking us up in the tremendous numbers is y'all. So at the end of the day, if white people are going to go out there and murder our people, hang our people, kill our people, I think it should be equal distribution. Period. And as long as we keep trying to duck that fade or act like, you know what I'm saying, the consequences, we don't want to do that, continue, this is going to continue. This is going to continue. They're going to continue to hang our people. They're going to continue. And then listen to me. This is something that I really have to express to you black people that claim to be Christians. Do you understand that the reason why they put Jesus on the cross? Do you understand that? The reason why they did it is the same reason why they hang y'all in the South or wherever they hang black people at. Intimidation. See, the people that were following Jesus, Caesar wanted them as a tax base, but he couldn't get them to be a tax base without hanging and killing their leaders. Once he killed their leaders, all the people that followed Jesus became up under Caesar and started paying taxes to the Roman Empire. So they didn't just kill him just to kill him. They killed them to intimidate the people. To intimidate them for purposes of rulership. People forget about that whole part of the Bible. They think that Jesus just got killed because he was the Son of God. No. He got killed because he was the leader of a nation, of people. And the people that he was leader of, the Romans was going around looking to build up their tax base. That was the whole purpose of war. To kill the leaders off, kill the messiahs off, destroy their functionality of government, and then put in their own rulership of government and funnel the resources and the tax money back to Rome. And they've been doing that since the Reconstruction of the South. They've completely taken over all the resources in the South, all of them. And they taken over all the resources in the South, and they got you niggas intimidated politically to stand up. Completely intimidated. And the same people that tell you that they're lovers of Jesus use the same tactics that the Romans used against Jesus to keep you in your place. That's why I don't listen to preachers at all. Because the only thing the preacher is there to do is to keep you subservient to the government, to keep you subservient to white supremacy, to keep you subservient to their rule. While you have no rule, no resources, no functioning government of your own, no currency, and no control over the land that you walk on. None. So the fact of the matter is that all the way around the board, you're losing. All the way around the board. And every time you see these situations like Nolan Wells, it's a reminder to you of who's in control, who controls the laws, and who controls life and death. And it's not you. It's not you. You are to be forever subservient to them. You are to be forever docile. You are to be forever weak. See, one thing I learned as a black man is that the most important relationship that black men should have in America is with them. A relationship of respect. Fuck the laws, because the laws don't mean nothing. Never have, never will. What's most important is respect. Respect for my children's lives and respect for your children's life. If my children lose their life, your children have to lose theirs. Period. It's not going to be no, it's okay for you to hang us, torture us, murder us, kill us without no repercussions. It's not okay for you to do that. And the men out there who first mind of thinking is, I need to go to the civil rights attorneys and see if I can get some justice, ain't thinking the right way. And I'm here to tell you, the Creator don't respect that. They don't. One thing one of my Elites told me, man, when I was taking my journey of knowledge, he told me, he said, sacrifice creates better living. And I've never forgotten that. Sacrifice creates better living. Sacrifice creates better living. When Nat Turner went around seeking retribution by killing slave masters for all of the heinous things that he had watched the slave masters do in Virginia, when they finally caught Nat Turner, their Christian principles and morals didn't kick in, and it was like, we need to talk to Jesus first and see what would Jesus do. We need to talk to Jesus first and see what would Jesus do. They didn't do that. They killed him, dismembered him, all kind of shit they did to Nat Turner. With no remorse. No remorse. The fact of the matter is this. That's the law of the world. And that's for every animal and species on this planet. The strong survive and the weak die. Period. There is no in between. There is no maybe. No. If you want to survive, you have to be willing to shed blood. Period. If we want to have a good common relationship with these people, we have to establish respect. We have to establish a red line. We have to. Or there's going to be more Trayvon Martins. There's going to be more Nolan Wells. And I believe personally that it's the family's job to do it. So whoever Nolan Wells' father is, he need to go about this a different way. Where I come from, when you start letting stuff like this slide, you start letting your family members get killed without any kind of retribution, any kind of retaliation. I don't care what the law or anything like that says. Then it becomes a pattern of behavior. And any real man out there that says he's okay with watching this kid found up murdered ain't no man. And if you don't want the same thing that happened to your child to happen to them, not only are you doing a disservice to your family, but you're doing a disservice to the next black people family. You're doing a disservice to them. You're doing a disservice to your black neighbors that stay down the street. You're doing a disservice to them. by saying that this kind of behavior is okay. All you got to do is look at how they behave. Soon as something happened in Iran and them people struck that ship over there in the streets of Hormuz, America says, we need to retaliate. It wasn't no, we need to talk to Jesus and Trump going to go talk to the pastor and see what the pastor would do or this, that, or whatever, or called up the UN and say, what should we do with this, that, or whatever. He automatically starts sending the F-35s over there. We're going to retaliate. We're going to retaliate. We're going to bring hail and destruction to him. Listen to his words. We're going to bring hail. You don't think they look at us the same way? You don't think white America treat us the same way they treat Iranians? When Dayton Roof ran inside of the senator's office, Clemente Pinckney, and killed him and 9 other black women that was inside of that office, huh? Same thing they did to the Iranians, they do to us. Whether you know it or not, they've been declared war on us. And there's organizations out there, white organizations, that go around seeking to kill and murder black people. Whether it be the Ku Klux Klan organizations that they have down south that operate underground, disguising themselves as lawyers, judges, police officers. You don't think that exists down there? You best believe it does exist. And you know that for a fact as a black man. How many times you've been pulled over by a racist police officer? It got so bad that we had to put body cams on them just to try to prove to them that we weren't lying when we said that we were being harassed and targeted by the United States police officers. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. All of our communities have been infiltrated, all of them, by racist police officers, by Klan members, by neo-Nazis, by racist judges, who not only poison your neighborhood with drugs, but also give you higher sentences than they do their own people. On purpose. And not only do they use the law against you, but they do it purposely. They do it purposely. So to sit around and act like we're not behind enemy lines is foolish. Very foolish. To sit around and act like these people aren't purposely sanctioning us is foolish. Anybody who's ever had a case in America, you automatically know that the judicial system is costly. Not just a couple $100, but thousands of dollars to try to buy your freedom here in America. And if you do just have a public pretender, you know that the last thing you want to do is go to trial. Yet they tell you that you live in one of the freest nations in the world, yet it ain't nothing free in America. But see, that's all part of the program, to constantly promote freedom to the world, but actually deny it to everybody. Let me say that again. Constantly promote freedom and democracy to the whole world, but at the same time, deny it to everybody. It's called double talk. And white people specialize in double talk. Saying one thing, doing another. Telling you free, yet denying you all your freedoms. I remember one time, man, when I was starting to hear people paying $20,000, $30,000, $15,000 to try to beat a case. Money that black people don't even have. Money that keeps them in poverty in America. Now they don't have no money because they live in the freest country in the world. We know that every aspect of America is not free. Every aspect of it. Yet, they're constantly promoting that. It's called double talk. And the same time they promote to you that you are free in America, you're not. And it's cases like this with Nolan Wells and the other cases with Trayvon Martin as a constant reminder to you of why you need to constantly get your shit together. And why you need to realize that you cannot participate in a system that is against you. Completely against you. And see, one thing you haven't figured out as a black man is power. You figured out a whole lot of stuff. How to do this, how to do that, this, that, and whatever, but you still haven't figured out what power is. And really how simple it is to be in power. Long as you're constantly knocking on his door asking for power, you'll never have it. You'll never have it. You'll never have it. These people have been murdering and killing our children for hundreds of years now. Killing and murdering our children. Kidnapping them. Doing experiments on them. Taking their organs away from them. All kind of heinous, destructive, and foolish things. The only penalty for them when they kill our people should be the same. Not no court building, not no attorneys, none of that. It should be an eye for an eye, period. And if they don't like it, well, stop killing our people then. If you don't like the penalty of death, well, you shouldn't be giving it out. If you learn anything from this Iranian war, you should see the true behavior of these people. You should see how they really behave and how they really act and what they really fear. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Ain't no fun. Ain't no aid. We need justice. No. We crying for the wrong thing. We shouldn't be crying for justice. Crying for justice for what? We should be crying for blood. Fuck justice. You keep your justice. You keep your courts. You keep your judges. You keep your lawyers. You keep all them sorry motherfuckers that you got in those little brick buildings. You keep them all. Stop crying for justice. Fuck justice. I want blood. You can keep your justice. You can keep your kangaroo court system that has never benefited us. Never. I don't want justice out of your courtroom. I don't want to have to sit there and ask the enemy to punish the enemy. That's foolish. I don't want justice. Keep your justice. Keep it. I don't want justice. I want blood. Give me what you have taken away from me. Give me what you have taken away from me. And that's just my own personal feelings. That's mine. Give me what you have taken from me. If it's okay to hang our people on trees, then it should be okay to hang y'all on trees. It's just if it's okay to stalk our children down and kill them in the middle of the night, then it should be okay for us to do it. But any black man out there who sit there and watch his son get murdered and killed, and the first thing he cries out for is justice, what kind of man are you? What kind of man are you? But that's why I tell you, listen, we think a little bit different over here on the West Coast. That's why it's so hard for me to go down south and deal with you black folks down south, because y'all don't play by the same rules that we play with over here. I don't care what the judicial system, I don't care what the investigators, what the autopsies, this, that. Listen, I need blood. That's why I'm very cautious amongst people, because people out here think it's a game. It's not no game. This ain't Nintendo. This ain't Genesis. This ain't none of that. This is a real life situations. Real life. Y'all black folks down south, man, you know, I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I always, you know, I remember being down in Montgomery, Alabama, and man, when I was down in Montgomery, Alabama, I would talk to the black folks down there, and I'd be like, well, who's the mayor? And they were, oh, it's this white guy. I said, well, hold up. Don't y'all outnumber the white folks down here in Montgomery, Alabama? Yeah, we do. Then why ain't y'all in power? Well, you know. No, nigga, I don't know. Why are you niggas still acting like slaves? I know the real reason why. But why are you still acting like slaves? Why are you still letting these people dictate your future every day? Why are you letting them control your days? I'm gonna open up the phone lines. Anybody want to call in and give me your point of view? By all means, please. The number is 323-497-6825. The homie Crip Jesus was watching. Shout out to Crip Jesus. If you want to call in, black man, please call in and you know what I'm saying, let them know how you feel, you know what I'm saying, about this whole situation with Nolan Wells and, you know what I'm saying, that whole situation. The number is 323-497-6825. That's 323-497-6825. Am I tripping? You tell me. Tell me if I'm tripping. I don't respect the rule of law? Please tell me that. You know what I'm saying? The number's 323-497-6825. You know what I'm saying? 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. If white people are listening and you hear what I'm saying, please call in. Tell me where I'm wrong at, please. I would love for y'all to call in. Tell me where I'm wrong at. Call in and tell me that, oh, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're just exciting violence. You're race baiting. We're not like that, so you shouldn't be like that to us. The number's 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. If violence does not work, please tell me why we're using so much of it in Iran. Why? The phone lines are open. Please, don't everybody rush in all at one time. And don't call me from no restricted number, because I don't do the coward shit. I'm right here front and center. 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. If you agree with it, call in also and tell me. You don't just put your comments up on a comment board. Call in. Tony Rome, 3119. Call in. You want me to sit down? Call in and sit me down. 323-497-6825. Don't be a coward over there on the line talking. Call in. See, that's what I tell you. It's just that simple, black folks. When you meet negativity with negativity, it stops. It's really just that simple. Talk to me.
Yo, this is a great Menkar?
Men Kepara.
Man Caporal, yo, I call him from New York, man. I respect you. I love your work, yo. If there's only one person watching your show, it'll be me, son. I respect you hard body, but you know, our race is a bunch of cowards. So unfortunately, you're one of the 1%ers that think like that, and there ain't much we can do about it. So we're gonna just keep getting punked and jumped and thrown in jail. Ain't anything about it, you know what I'm saying? Cause we cowards, we can't fight back. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, I'm gonna tell you something. I wouldn't say that we're cowards because you know this for a fact. It's something different that has tuned out with black people when it comes to life and death. A lot of black people have been spiritually spiritually brainwashed. So what has happened is that a lot of our people are Christians, so they literally try to do things the so-called Christian way, not really understanding that the people who gave you Christianity don't practice that.
Right.
So we're trying to practice a religion that we have been relying on, but it really ain't the religion that they practice. They don't practice Christianity.
Right. And it's not the religion that we came from with our motherland and all of that.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, black folks are the first ones that call out and try to be Christians in a nation that doesn't practice really true Christianity. You know what I'm saying? Because if they did, we would have been free long time ago. We would have never been slaves. We would have been, you know what I'm saying, maybe equal partnerships in actually building up America, as opposed to the ones who are subservient and the downtrodden of America. So, you know what I'm saying, we have to realize it, that the devil gave us this book, and the devil uses that book as a way to trick you into believing that, you know what I'm saying, practicing Christianity is going to solve your problems, and that, you know, when your people get killed and murdered, you know, just let Jesus take the wheel. You know what I'm saying? You know, just let Jesus take the wheel. Let your people get murdered, get killed, hang them from trees, because at the end of the day, you just leave it up to Jesus. And how many times do you sit there and you hear black people say, I'm just going to put it in Jesus' hands?
Yeah.
That's the coward route.
Yeah.
You know, that's not a man who's the ownership of his own domain. That's not the man who's the ownership of his own kingdom, because I'm not putting shit in Jesus' hand.
But they got us so on smash, like surrounding us with everything. It's like, where do we start? You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, knowledge of self is the best qualifier.
The Paparazzi police outside, like.
I tell people like this, man. When I became a 5%er, right?
Yeah.
I remember that the COs, man, would literally do cell raids on us to try to take our book of life from us.
Right.
And then I would ask them, I said, well, out of all these religions, how come you're not going in there taking the Quran, or you're not going there taking? You know what the pigs told me? Because your religion believes that it has the right to serve justice. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't like the fact that it gave you empowerment of self to take control of your own destiny, your own day, and your own future.
Right.
So if anything happened to you, me, myself as a God, if anything happened to me physically, I felt it was my responsibility to get that retaliation or that revenge. You feel me?
Absolutely.
So, you know, but I walk with peace. I let shit slide like any God. I ain't out here every time a nigga do something, you know, just I'm on you. I'm not that kind of God. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because I ain't trying to take it as far as I know I can take it. So, you know what I'm saying? I'd rather just cut a brother off, this, that, or whatever. But at the end of the day, we do have that power to serve justice. But if you don't believe that, and you've been taught that the religion that you believe in, that Jesus is the one that's going to take care of all your justice, then you feel no need to right or wrong.
But we outmatched and outnumbered. So like if let's say somebody do something to me and I retaliate, I don't got that one black person that's gonna stand with me and what I believe in. You feel me?
And see, that's you know what? Let me tell you something. You know, Bob Marley said, he said, how long shall we watch our prophets be killed while we stand by and look? You remember that part? You know what I'm saying? How long should we sit there and watch our prophets be killed while we stand around and look?
But we should know already from Martin Luther King and Malcolm X that it's gonna be forever. Because if them two got slaved the way they did it, we ain't do nothing about it.
Well, no, black folks did a lot when Martin Luther King was killed. You know, we tore up a lot of cities behind Martin Luther King being killed because it was an injustice. But listen. But let me tell you something. It's deeper than just retaliation, because what people don't really understand about white people is that they have a structure of government. They have a structure of retaliation. They have a structure of revenge. It's not just they just take revenge or do anything. They have a structure behind it. See, with black folks, there is no structure behind it. See, one of my homeboys told me this, man, and I'll never forget this, bro. This is one of the coldest things he's ever told me. He said, bro, the weak outnumber the strong. And when you really understand that the weak outnumber the strong, you know that you can't just depend on your fellow black man to get up out of his weakness and show strength, because a lot of them are weak. Right. Men have to become made strong. That's why I support, you know what I'm saying, when people be, I don't like the FOY or the NOI or that, I support that, because those are strong men who sit around and they train and they're serious about their freedom. A lot of black people, man, even... Come outside with their guns and all that shit. A Black Panther Party. A lot of the comrades, yeah.
Not the new ones, the new ones.
The new generation of Black Panther Party?
No,
the Black Riders?
The name starts with an A or something like that.
Antifa?
Yes, Antifa.
Well, yeah, that's a whole different organization. That's based upon, you know what I'm saying, just anti-government shit. I'm talking about just us as a people. You know what I'm saying? Like, the thing about it is that... Well, listen, our social structure, for one, is off. What community you live in?
I'm in Brooklyn.
You in Brooklyn. Where's your nearest Black Panther base that you can go to?
That shit don't exist. I'll probably be in Jersey.
There goes the problem right there, bro. The problem right there is, and I'm not saying that you the problem, But the problem right there is that everybody's not serious about their freedom.
Exactly. That's what I'm
Out
talking
here in LA, out here in LA, bro, I know exactly who to go to. I know exactly where the Black Panther Party is. I know exactly where the Nation of Gods and Earths is. I know exactly where the NOI is. I know exactly where the black organizations are in my community. And not only do I support them, but I'm a part of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I'm serious about my freedom.
Word. Word.
And I know that if something happens to me, it's going to be brothers that's going to ride for me because I'm not just a part-time revolutionary.
Right.
I'm serious about continuing on this work of making sure that the next generation stays free.
No matter what the consequences.
No matter what the consequences is. Now, I done been in jail. I done been in jail.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that you have to be serious about your freedom. And sadly to say, man, just keeping it way 100. You go down south or you go different places, a lot of black men aren't serious about their freedom. One, they don't want to join a lot of these black organizations because they're scared of what their fellow white people are going to think about them because they're a part of these organizations. Two, they don't want the responsibility that comes with having to be a part of these organizations. You see what I'm saying? So when situations like this pop up and you're one of the weak ones inside of the group that gets killed, now you want to go to the black organization and be like, I need help. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And how many times you see that in the black community, all of a sudden some shit happened to you. You ain't been putting in no work in the black community at all. All of a sudden some shit happened to you and you want to call the NAACP. You ain't sent them not one donation. You ain't been to not one meeting. You ain't part of none of that. But soon as something happened to you, where all the black people at? But just the weekend before, you was at the club, you could care less about being part of anything black. But soon as it happened to you,
I'm waiting for you to come on, son.
Yeah.
You don't be about no bullshit.
Yeah. Because I know it, bro. I didn't just start putting this shit on yesterday, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know our people, man, like the back of my hand, and I see it too many times, man. Black folks be out there playing around, shucking and jiving. But soon as some shit pop off, now all of a sudden they want to be revolutionaries because the shit done happened to them. And then they try to go around and convince the other nigga that's been doing the same shit they were just doing last weekend. And it's like not the effects don't feel the same. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about, man. Listen, every black man and woman and child in America should be part of some kind of black organization. Should be given some kind of money every month to some kind of black organization.
I ain't gonna lie to you, boss. I don't see that happening, man.
Well, listen, it ain't about what you see, it's about what you do.
Okay.
Now, see, you can take that approach and you can say, since nobody else is doing it, I ain't gonna do it.
Right.
And there's a lot of black folks that take, well, they ain't doing it, so I ain't doing it.
Right. That's our mentality.
Yeah. We worried about what everybody else doing as opposed to just doing your individual work.
But the thing is, would it account for anything? You know what I'm saying?
Man, listen, there's power in numbers, bro. It don't matter, man. If you listen to me, I'm gonna say this again. The weak outnumber the strong.
Word.
So if you just got a few brothers, man, and y'all doing what y'all supposed to do, that's the only thing that matters. I wouldn't care if it's 5 or 6 of you.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But not doing nothing at all, not supporting no black organizations, not donating to no black organizations, not putting in no work at all, you part of the problem. And you can't point the finger at nobody because at the end of the day, you ain't do your part.
What's up with your man, Crip Jesus? What he about?
Man, Crip Jesus is hard. Crip Jesus put in work. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's the only thing to say about that. You know, I got no complaints about the brother at all.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So, but the thing, like I said, is that what are we doing individually as people? If you're not donating to an organization, if you're not participating in black politics, and I'm not talking about becoming a Republican or a Democrat and all that old silly shit. I'm talking about if you're not supporting the Nation of Islam, whether you agree with Farrakhan or not, if you're not supporting the Black Panther Party, you need to be supporting some black organization. We all still got work to do.
After Farrakhan is gone, the Nation of Islam goes back to being weak again, bro.
Nah, why are you even speaking that into existence?
Because I could see. Why do you think Trump want to run 4 times? Because there's nobody around him that could give him, that could be his adversary. You feel what I'm saying?
But see, the thing about it, listen. It's not about Farrakhan. It's not about any of the, it's about you. What are you going to do and what are you going to support? We can't get discouraged. That's our problem, bro. We get discouraged and be like, well, we ain't got no black leaders anyway, so I ain't giving them niggas no money. But guess what? Every time you go to the store and you pay taxes, guess who you really giving money to?
Them folks.
All right, then. So you need to make sure that that's balanced. Because whether you like it or not, whether you like Trump or not, you still go pay them taxes, ain't you?
Yeah.
Whether you like Joe Biden or not, you still was paying those taxes, wasn't you?
Yeah.
Whether you like Obama or not, you still was paying those taxes, wasn't you?
No matter what goes on.
No matter what goes on, the white man's got it set up where he don't care if you like him or not, you still go break bread.
Right.
So the thing about it is that you gotta understand something. We all have a duality. You know what I'm saying? Every black leader, man, in your eyes is gonna be good one day, and the next day gonna be bad. But at the end of the day, you gotta put your emotions and feelings to the side and be like, listen, I want my people and my organizations to be strong, and the only way they're gonna be strong is if I support them. Period. If you don't support them, you can't get mad. If you got black businesses inside of your community right now and you not supporting them, you can't be mad when they shut down. You can't be one of the niggas that be like, man, well shit, you know, we ain't got no black businesses. Well, damn, nigga, when we had them, were you supporting them? Or were you one? You know, I saw a sister do this one time, bro. I'm not to get on your head or nothing. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm just talking about our people just in general. I remember one time, man, I went inside of a fish place his black brother had. And he was cooking some fish. He had a little attitude. So no, but listen, let me finish let me finish. He had a little attitude. So the sister came over there to me and was like, he got an attitude. I ain't never coming back here again. I just thought to myself, like, what the fuck? Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? You mean to tell me that because this man had an attitude on that day, that you willing to not support his business again, which by default, you're going to go support somebody else's business that doesn't look like you, simply because the man had a bad day or didn't treat you the way he didn't roll the red carpet out for you. That's why a lot of business owners don't like to work at their businesses and stuff like that. And that's why there's a lot of black businesses that are shut down, because we get in our feelings because we don't feel good, as opposed to realizing that it ain't about our feelings, it's about our duty. Our duty says that if we want black businesses open, we gotta support them. If we don't support them, we won't have them, period. I get that from a lot of people, man. I ain't like the way that the brother was talking to me, or I don't like the way they do business, or they ain't do this. Listen, man, the Chinese man shoot you and doing all kind of shit. Them niggas still over there buying chicken fried rice. You know what I'm saying? Don't send no money to your organization. Don't help you send your kids to college. None of that, but you still march your ass right in their businesses and support them.
Because you know why? Let me tell you another reason why.
No, I'm going to tell you.
You have a restaurant, you ain't spending no less than $20 to get a plate of food in there.
Listen, bro. Listen to me. part of the game. Undercut your what? Competition. As opposed to us seeing, man, I went to Rodeo Drive yesterday, you hear me? I walked inside of this white people establishment business that they have, and they have spoons and forks in there, bro, that cost $1,000. You hear me? $1,000. 24 karat. You know, I love gold. The white lady was showing me the gold fork and this gold spoon, and she was like, I know you like as much gold as you got on, nigga. I know you like this. And I'm just smiling and I didn't buy nothing. But they got stores like that where they overcharge the shit out of their people. But they're still open, and guess what? White people are going to support them. You know why? Because if she's selling her forks and spoons for $1,000, right, and she hiring only her people in there, what do you think them people getting paid in there that's working? They getting money. So we shouldn't get mad at our people because they charging us a rate that's higher than any other people because they want to get what? They get money. And their food go taste better. I'm going to tell you, man, being over here on the West Coast, man, I miss food down south. Every time I go down south, man, I gain 10, 15 pounds. You know what I'm saying? Because the food's so good down there because our people cook it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you got to pay for that quality. Or you can go to Miss Lee's and, you know, get you some refried rice and shit. You know what I'm saying? But don't expect Miss Lee to put her family over you. Because that money, as soon as you give it to her, that's going to her kids, that's going to her husband, that's going to their family. Not yours. So at the end of the day, it's all about psychology, bro. That your psychology and your emotions should never supersede your intelligence. Your intelligence will tell you that if I want more black businesses, I have to support them. And it ain't about how I feel, it's about the numbers, period. Because we all suffer, you gotta remember, black folks suffer from inferiority complex. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of black people still suffer from inferiority complex, whether they want to admit it or not. They do. So we're always looking for shit amongst our own people to point out. Yet when it comes to other people, we just don't say shit because we know we don't sit down and have them conversations with them.
Yeah, like a Chinese or white boy can wear a pair of $10 sneakers, and we won't crack jokes on them. But if a black nigga do it,
it's a problem.
yeah,
It's a problem because we're the judges of our own people. So you gotta remember that psychology that go into that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I take my feelings out of this shit. You know what I'm saying? I got black people that I support. I see black people that, you know what I'm saying, I don't like this, that, or whatever. But I'm not, you know what I'm saying, I'm not going to stop supporting them or not going to their restaurant and get some food and shit because nigga said some shit to me or he wasn't feeling good that day.
I'm saying it depends on the level of disrespect too.
Yeah, but you know how our people are.
Right. They're very disrespectful.
To a certain degree. But do I want to see their business shut down? Am I about to take my money over there to the Mexicans and the white people who I know are very disrespectful and have the ability to try to fucking enslave us? That don't make no damn sense. You hear me?
Yeah. But you know, they know how to play that mannerism. The customer's always right there.
Nah, this psychology, bro.
Yeah.
It's psychology. That's all it is. It's psychology. We still mom and pop shops, they corporations. So there is no personal connection when you go to Target. You're not there working and the boss is there handing you food, handing you a plate. You don't know the boss personally. The boss is located in a whole nother state.
Right.
Like Walmart, you know, he put the little bouncing ball up and shit, make you feel happy. You remember the little yellow ball they used to have for Walmart advertisement? Put the little bouncing ball and shit up. Niggas get happy running in Walmart and shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know who the damn head of the damn company is. You sitting there watching the bouncing ball and shit, thinking everything is gravy. You know what I'm saying? You happy and shit going in Walmart. The bouncing ball and shit is going around. You like, oh yeah, I'm happy. Nigga, you constantly giving them money.
That's a fact.
Shit that you had to work for 10, 12 hours in a day. So, you know, they have a psychology behind it. They've personally taken themselves out of the business. Because for one, just human psychology, most people don't like to see other people get rich because it reminds them of their own failures. What am I ain't doing right? Why is he so rich and I ain't? Why he got the Bentley? If the head dude from Walmart pulled up every day in a Rolls Royce, people start looking at his ass different. You hear me?
Yeah.
Why am I giving this nigga money? He ain't doing nothing but getting rich off of me every day.
That's a fact.
But with people, when we have our own mom and pop shops as black people, and you have a personal relationship with the owner, soon as the owner do something you don't like, you ain't there no more.
But look what the owner do though. He's black. As soon as he opened a mom and pop shop, he put a Range Rover in front of it.
Well, the thing about it, you gotta remember this: we all on the come up. So either you go be one of those brothers that celebrate a nigga when he win, or you go be one of those that flatten his tires when he leave.
I fuck with you, bro. Nah, you official, man. Don't ever give up, son. I fuck with
You feel me?
you. Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? That's what you have to be. Either you gonna be celebrating. I celebrate my niggas wins, yo. I want to see my niggas do good. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be, because I don't like to roll with niggas like, you know, my homeboy Priest, my nigga Crip Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Crip Jesus got an album coming out. Nigga, I'm pushing it. Priest got an album coming out. Nigga, I'm pushing it. The homies got an album. I speak good on my niggas. Speak life into them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got niggas around you, yo, and them niggas trying to hate on your style and this and that.
When they see you busting moves,
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You nigga that crack jokes on you and shit. Oh, what you wearing that for and this and that. You stay away from them niggas, yo. You hear me?
Yeah.
Niggas don't mean you no good.
But you know, most of the time we grew up with them motherfuckers. What you gonna do?
Huh?
Most of the time we grew up around them type of niggas. What we gonna do? We stuck with them kind of like.
Hey man, listen, I ain't stuck with nobody. Now I wouldn't care if I grew up with you, yo, for 100 years, yo. If I see like you a low-key hater or some shit like that, I'm not fucking with you. Me, my circle personally, and the homies will tell you that I hang around women majority of the time.
I know, I see that.
Yeah,
I like that too.
Yeah, I'm most of my circle is I got dudes I'm cool with and we kick it and shit, but they not haters, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm real. So like if you part of my crew and I fuck with you and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? If I come up, I'm gonna do my best, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
But you know what I'm saying? We just gotta have that kind of respect, man. We gotta have that kind of respect for each other, yo. If we really want to get somewhere, we can't get emotional. This shit gotta be mathematics, Lord, completely. Cause everything is duality, man. There's niggas I like and niggas I don't like. It's gonna be, I got homies that I was cool with and homies that I stopped liking them niggas.
Yeah.
But I don't do it to the point where I start hating and shit. I just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's just the duality of it, man. I got brothers whose business I support. And, you know, whether I like that nigga tomorrow or not, I'm still gonna support his business. Because you gotta remember, it's a family and a kid behind that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if I want to see him eat and take care of his family and his queen and stuff like that, I'd rather see that than me down there at Miss Lee's and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just all psychology in your way of thinking, bro. But, you know, so if you get a chance, man, listen, find you a black organization out there. And I wouldn't care if it's $5 or $10, man. Support that black organization, support that black business, man, because if we don't support them, we ain't gonna have none. You will turn around and you ain't gonna have, you gonna look around, man, and your shit gonna be full of foreigners.
Yeah. Well, not even. They kicking out all the foreigners.
Nah, they ain't kicking out all the foreigners. Don't lie. Don't. They bringing in foreigners. It's just who they kicking out. They kicking out Pacific foreigners. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they done brought a whole bunch of white folks in from Europe, a whole bunch of white folks in from Ukraine, All them white folks that was in that war between Russia and Ukraine,
Yeah.
a lot of them over here. All of those.
Them folks ain't gonna be doing the jobs that the Mexicans was doing and the blacks and shit like that.
Well, the thing about it is that you got to remember the whole situation with the Mexicans is because the numbers was getting too big, and the white folks was like they're doing too much. But if you still look around, man, I don't know how many Mexicans they got rid of, but it's still a whole lot of them out here where I'm at. Shit, it ain't like they got rid of a whole lot, and they still out here. So you know what I'm saying. And a lot of them are still illegal. You go down to Texas, you know they might scoop up about, you know.
I just got the niggas up every day, bro.
Yeah, but man, listen, he gonna have to keep doing that his whole term. You hear me? Even just to make a dent.
Oh shit, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you know, I'm just keeping it way 100 with you. There's not gonna be, you know, Trump, you know, put up the big beautiful wall and all of that. That's cool, but at the end of the day, bro, you know what I'm saying? That's not gonna stop them.
Nah, niggas is using tunnel. Niggas building tunnels.
Exactly.
Right.
When there's a will, there's a way, bro. There's you're not stopping them. But the whole play was.
I can use this number to call you from time to time when I need a little, you know what I mean? I don't even know, because every time I hear you talk, man, I said, you know, that shit very uplifting. I'm not gonna lie to you, man.
It's very what?
Uplifting.
Oh yeah, I appreciate it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I gotta spit that truth on here because, you know, I'm not tied down to the system. So a lot of us is, you know, you can't, especially in this day and age of social media, there's nobody they can call right now except YouTube and be like, we don't like him, and you know what I'm saying? Right. You know, if I was busting a 9 to 5 like a lot of our people are and shit, they'd been call my job and be like, we don't like him. You know, the job would have just fired me just on GP. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we gotta, you know, I know I speak for a lot of brothers that can't speak. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I appreciate you so much, though.
Yeah, I speak for a lot of brothers that can't speak, that want to spit that fire, but they can't because they scared of the repercussions that come behind that. But I'm here to tell you that, you know what I'm saying, like, yo, you know, regardless whatever the outcome is or whatever, I'm gonna just keep spitting my truth, yo. Keep walking in my divine light. You feel me? But I appreciate the call, bro.
Yes, I'm gonna lock it in there. I'm gonna call you from time to time. They call me Wise, my name's Kevin, you heard?
Call what?
They call me Wise, but my name's Kevin.
Well, Wise. Okay, Wise. All right. Peace, Lord.
Peace. No, how much more time you gonna stay on the air?
I'm on here for a minute, so I'm not going nowhere right now.
Good. I'm gonna lock in with you.
All right, one.
All right. Crystal, get the door. I got you.
The phone line's still open, man. If you want to call in, 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. That's 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. Don't be shy. If you disagree with anything that I said, or you got a bone to pick with Men Kepra the Great, call in. You know what I'm saying? Because I be seeing y'all chats and y'all saying this and that or whatever. I don't care what you say, because you saying it on there. You're not saying it on here. See me, I'm saying it right here so you can see me. I ain't got no mask on, none of that. I'm right here. Don't hide behind your comments. Don't be a coward. The number's 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. And see, that has to be the policy, people. We can't keep crying out for justice when these people keep spilling our blood on the ground. Now, I don't care what they laws say, statute, this, that. This law says you can do this, and this law says you can't do that and do this. You got to remember, during the Jim Crow era, that was the main thing that they used against us, was the laws and the jail system. They'll lock you up, whether you was a political prisoner, you know what I'm saying, or if you had too much power and they wanted to give, they say you did something wrong, like how they did Jack Johnson. You know, the first case of them saying that a man was trafficking women across state was Jack Johnson. Oh, he's picking up women and taking them across state. That was Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson used to get in the ring and beat them up and tell them, like, listen, I'll catch a fade with any one of y'all. We can do it right here in the ring. And they would try to get the Great White Hope. That's where you get the Great White Hope from. Somebody had to beat Jack Johnson because this nigga just had too much ego. So they go get the biggest and the baddest white man and they'll put him in the ring with him. And Jack Johnson will just whoop their ass. So since they couldn't beat him in the ring, they went and used the law against him. So that should show you that the law is definitely not on our side. Because as soon they did the same thing when we used to run numbers. Same thing. I don't answer restricted numbers. So they used to do the same thing when we used to run numbers. They would run numbers. You seen, you know what I'm saying, Harlem Nights and all of those. It was cool for them to have a nightclub with gambling and stuff like that. As soon as we got a nightclub and we gambling, it's illegal. You get that? As soon as we got a nightclub and we gambling, it's illegal. You know why? Because our nightclubs and our gambling spots were more profitable than theirs. Because the entertainment was controlled by us. So what they would do is they would shut down our gambling spots and then take the entertainers that we had and use our entertainers to promote their casinos like they do to this day. You go to Vegas, no black casinos. None. Yep, the Cotton Club. No black casinos. Yet, all the entertainers that promote those casinos, that promote the white casinos, are mostly black entertainment. You imagine if black people had their own casinos and we had our entertainers in there promoting them. We would kill. And we was. So what happened was, everything that we do is criminalized, looked at as illegal, yet they turn around and do the same exact thing, but because they control the laws, it's okay. You understand that? Because they control the laws, it's okay. And that's why I tell you, black folks, we have to commit and start our own constitution, which I'm working on right now, for our own laws. Because as long as you keep up under their laws, you're going to continuously be discriminated against. You're going to continuously be ostracized. You're going to continue to be without any wealth or power. because you don't control your own laws for your own people. And you're not smart enough to see that they're using the laws constantly against you. Constantly. It's okay when they do it, but when you do it, it's a problem. It's okay when they murder our people and hang them up in trees. You do it to them, it's a problem. It's always a problem when we do it. And you can go take this back all the way back to when we used to run numbers. And we built our own economy and was making millions of dollars running numbers. They told us it was illegal because they weren't profiting from it. And they used the attorney generals, they used lawyers, they used the judges, they used senators, they used congressmen, they used the president to shut down all of our money-making operations that benefited us by using the law against us. Shit that they create out of thin air and tell you you can't do it. Yet they have a lottery system now set up that makes millions of dollars. But it's okay because they're doing it. It's okay when they do it. And it's a problem when we do it. Same thing with drugs, same thing with everything in America. Like with the rap industry. When we started talking about guns and violence and shit like that, they told us, oh, you couldn't do that. But when they was making movies about guns and violence and killing people, it was okay. It's only a problem when we do it. And that's the hypocrisy of this nation. See, the laws weren't set up for you to benefit. The laws were set up for them to have an advantage on you, to restrict what you can do while giving themselves free range. Let me say that again. The laws were set up to restrict what you can do while giving themselves free range. Until you understand that right there, you won't understand shit else in America. You won't understand why black people have to literally overachieve in order to be successful in America. How many connections you must have in order to be successful in America. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just keeping it way 100 with you. You know what I'm saying? The phone lines is open, 323-497. Don't call me restricted. I don't do the coward shit. If you can't call me from your regular line, don't be scared. What you scared of? What you scared of? Don't be scared. Phone lines is open, 323-497-6825. You know what I'm saying? Arjun said, I'm scared you might carjack me and steal my phone. I think your mama will carjack you and steal your phone. I don't even think you got a car to carjack. And if you got a car, Probably a beat up Pinto or a Ford Escape or something garbage like that. See, it's always the people who steal the most that always project other people to steal. Like white people love to say, well, black people might steal from me. And then they stole a whole damn nation, continue to steal from us, and then turn around and call you a thief. And then all they do is steal. You know what I'm saying? Steal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So listen, go on my channel, go on my website, jewelsfromthethrone.com. You know what I'm saying? Check out my website, jewelsfromthethrone.com. Become a member of my channel. You know what I'm saying? That's the best way you can support it. Become a member of the channel. If you're not a member of the channel, why not? You know what I'm saying? If you have a question, you can call in. The number is still 323-497-6825. Don't be a coward. If you have a question, please don't hide in the comments. The phone lines is open. The phone lines is open, Brian. You can call in. Call in, Brian. If you have a question, call in. Don't be a chicken shit. Let everybody know what your question is. Call in. 323-497-6825. Please call and tell me about your question. You know what I'm saying? Call in. Let me know what your question is, Brian. How can I help you have some kind of balance inside of your mind? Don't be scared. The number is 323-497-6825. I'm talking to you, Brian. Don't be scared, Brian. If you have a question, please call in. Call in. What's his name? Nick Bird? You got a question too, Nick? Call in. 323-497-6825. Don't be a coward hiding in the comments. The phone lines are open. You got a question too, Mr. Supreme Leader Lord Dread, Lorder Dread, or whatever the hell you call yourself? Call in. Please, call in. Don't be a coward. Talk to me.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Bro,
Yeah.
I asked why are you so angry?
Why am I so angry? You must not have been listening to the show.
What anger for? You live in America.
What anger for?
Country.
Hold up.
America should be good.
Amer-
47 years.
47 years. So you say, why so angry? You should be happy you live in America. Why so angry? Where are you from?
You should be happy you live in
You should be
America.
happy.
You're not persecuted.
You should be happy.
You're not persecuted.
Where are you from? Well, hold on. Calm down, sir. Calm down, sir. Where are you from?
I came here 12-year-old.
Where are you from?
South Korea.
You from South Korea.
I have a beautiful family.
A beautiful family?
No, you angry.
I'm
What
angry.
you angry for?
What am I angry for? I'm angry because my people be getting killed over here.
My people died because of America.
Okay, there you go.
What's wrong with you?
People
I moved
die.
here.
People die because of America. Huh? Don't you love when the foreigners come over here from them other countries, then it ran all the way from South Korea and come over here and say, why are you so angry?
You have no idea what it's like to grow up. You have nothing to eat.
Oh, I don't have no idea. I have no idea. How you know? Do you know me?
You're clearing.
Do you know me?
Have you ever grown your own beef? Have you ever had to live off of beef for 4 years straight?
Yes, but do you know the history? Do you know the history of this country? Hold up. Do you know the history of this country? Hold up. What's your name, sir? What's your name? Hold up. What's your name, sir? What's your name? What's your name?
Yeah, I had to take a test to get a green card, okay? 17 or 76. America. My name is Long Ho.
Long Ho. Okay.
My name is Long Ho.
Long Ho. That's cool. I like that name. Now, Long Ho. Let me tell you about the history. Hold on. Let me tell you the history about my family over here in America, so I can explain to you. Hold on. Long Ho. Hold on. Long Ho. Hold up.
1776.
Long Ho. Let me tell you the history, because you asked me a question. You said, why am I so angry, right? Let me tell you why I am so angry. You hear me?
I listen.
Hold on. You listen. Okay, thank you. For 400 years in this country, my people, you hear me? My people had to make food for another group of people because they were lazy and couldn't get out there in the field and work for themselves. My people fought in a civil war in this country because the people in this country did not want to work because they were lazy and they wanted us to keep working for them for free. My people had to migrate. Let me finish. Oh, I didn't ask you that. You asked me a question. Hold on.
Concentration camp, they think we're Japanese.
Listen, you called it concentration camp. We called it plantations. You know what a plantation is? Long Ho. Do you know what a plantation is?
You know what concentration camp
is? Yeah, I know what a concentration camps. I studied the concentration camps real good. I know how the Japanese were put in concentration camps during World War II in San Francisco. Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I know that. I understand that, Long Ho. Long Ho, I understand that. My people were put on plantations. You worried about a concentration camp. I'm worried about a penitentiary system. I'm worried about plantations. So when you told me, why am I so angry? It's because the majority of the people locked up over here in America look like me. Because a bunch of other lazy people who did not want to work in America or could not work in the fields of America decided that they wanted my people to work over here for free. And still to this day, hold up, Long Ho. And still to this day, we don't get reparations. Yeah, you don't want to hear the truth. Yeah, you don't want to hear it. So I'm going to hang up on your dumb ass. So listen, don't call my fucking phone, Mr. Long Ho, talking about why am I so angry. The reason why I'm so angry is because my people still don't get justice over here in this sorry ass country with these lazy ass people who can't even pay reparations back for the shit that they did to our people for 400 years. And just because your sorry ass can't make it over there in your own country, Mr. South Korean man, take your ass back over there and fix what you got going on over there, while our people over here fix what we got going on over here. Don't call my phone talking about why am I so angry. Man, I've been fighting generations over here, bruh. Mr. Long Ho. Fuck out of here. Talk to me, Long Ho.
Why you hang up on me?
Because you're not listening.
I do nothing wrong.
Yeah, you did something wrong. You know, listening. If you don't listen, you ask me a question. Hold up, listen to me. You asked me a question. You said, why am I so angry? Then when I try to explain it to me, you try to... Do you want me to hang up on you again? Listen to me.
Your show play on the phone same time. I get confused and we're part in conversation.
Okay, well let me explain it to you. Long Ho. Let me explain it to you. You asked me a question. You said long what?
Not ho. Long ha.
Long ha. Oh, my bad.
Long ha. I am not Japanese. You be so mean to me, but you expect everybody to be nice to you. That's not that fair. Not that fair at all.
Mr. Long Ha, I apologize. I thought your name was Long Ho. I didn't know your name was Long Ha. So you asked me a question. You said, why am I so angry? Hold on, let me finish. You asked me, why am I so angry?
I don't know how to pronounce your name.
Well, listen. You asked me a question. You said, why am I so angry? See, the same thing that you went through over there in South Korea, feeling like you felt like you were denied freedom. You felt like you had to work, and you felt like you didn't have the opportunities that you want to have over there in South Korea. Do you know that my people went through the same thing over here by constantly being denied opportunities? Whether you like it or whether you want to admit it or not, black people have historically been denied time and time again the opportunity to flourish over here in America because of the oppressive white people over here who want us to continue to work for them for free. Long Ho, do you want to work for free? Long Ho, will you come over to my house right now and work for free?
Okay, from 4 years old to 12, I work for free.
Did they beat you across your back? Oh, did they beat you? Did they beat you across your back?
I picked potatoes and beef.
You picked potatoes and beef. Did they beat you up?
If you know picking up, yeah. What's wrong with you? Why do you think everybody had it easy but you?
Who said I said everybody had it easy?
No, apparently the white man had it easy.
No, he did have it easy.
Who that? Who the white man? My nephew? My son-in-law? That's the white man? I'm supposed to be mad?
Well, you're not supposed to be mad. He ain't done shit to you. Dude, what did he do to you, Long Ha? He do something to you?
Who did anything to me but try to live better life? That's what I say.
Well, that's your opinion, Long Ha. Everybody has an opinion. Are you mad at the people over there in North Korea?
No. You want to know why?
Why?
I'm strong. I'm strong now. I'm strong tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
I'm strong because of hard work.
Hard work.
To be strong too. You are very strong, very muscular.
Uh-huh.
Very bigger than me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And it's not fair. America complain, whine. I now have
Listen, ho, Long Ha. If we didn't complain, nothing would change. Hold on, Long Ha. If people don't complain, shit don't change. Let me tell you something. If you have a kid, listen to me.
You complain where I come from, you guys.
You think it's different over here? You don't think they was killing black people because they were complaining? You think we just got it off easy? You think we got it off easy? What happened to Martin Luther King? You know who Martin Luther King is?
I'm sorry, you can't.
Long Ha. Do you know who Martin Luther King is? Long Ha.
I know Martin Luther King.
What happened to him? Don't talk to me condescending, man. What happened to him?
He
killed.
Why did he get killed, Long Haul? Long Haul, why did he get killed?
He got killed by the government
Why?
because he wanted bigger, better pay.
No, because he complained. That's why he got killed. So don't sit here and talk about people that complain because your ass wouldn't even be over here.
He don't want people. He don't want people judged by color of their skin. He said, "I want man to be judged by content of character." That's what he said.
And they killed
He
them.
said,
And they killed them.
yeah, because he spoke for what? The truth.
Okay then, so what's the difference between me speaking the truth? Was he angry? See, now you're just talking around in circles. Nah, you gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta go. Your ass gotta go. You gotta go, Long Ha. Because you literally just sat there and made my point. You tell us, don't complain. Why are you mad? And then I point out to you that Martin Luther King complained and they killed him, and you think that that's different than what happened in your country? See, that's the problem. You foreigners come over here, you ain't got no right to say any goddamn thing. I have history here. I got the right to complain. My ancestors built this country up. So if I want to complain, I'm going to complain. Don't call my phone no more. If I want to complain, I can complain because I got skin in the game. You from South Korea. You just come on. Why are you angry? Do you know people over there had to pick potatoes? Motherfucker, we was picking cotton. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck wrong with these people? Try to sit there and act like, you see what I'm saying? We had to literally pick cotton for 200 years plus because some lazy motherfuckers didn't want to do it. They couldn't get out there and field and work their damn self because their ass will burn up. And you got the nerve to talk about, well, I had to pick beets and potatoes. I had to pick beets and potatoes. You gonna sit your ass down somewhere. And you only did that from 8 to 12 years old. Imagine doing that from 5 years old to 50 to 60 years old. Come over here and talk about why y'all so angry. You got it good over here in America. Motherfucker, because we made it good over here in America. We made this country good. We forced them people to recognize us. We forced those people to let us in their stores. We forced those people at every single turn. Martin Luther King had to give his life away. Talking about why we complaining. Get the man. Why you complain? Go ahead, Long Ho.
I just want to let you know.
Let me know.
I love you very much.
No, you don't. I'm not buying that shit, Long Ho. You do not love me. You don't love me.
I just want to let you know. Human.
No, you don't love me. I'm not buying that.
Love you very much. I do.
No, you don't.
Love you.
I'm not buying it.
I do love you.
Oh.
You can't tell me I don't love you.
Nah, you don't love me.
I love you.
No, you don't.
You can't.
I'm not buying that shit. Say that. Now I love you. If you love me, then you understand my struggle. You're not gonna sit there and tell me that, you know what I'm saying, me complaining is something wrong. I love you. I'm not going for it. See, the thing about it is this. They've gone around the world, and that's why I tell you, you have to watch these foreigners that come in from these other countries. The white people sit there and they tell them all kind of mean shit about us, about how we're complaining too much. But it's our complaints that have actually made the system better. If we did not complain and we just went along to get along, the situation wouldn't change. Change comes from complaining. That's how you get shit to change. If you had a job and something ain't going right at the job, what you gonna do? Just let it go as it is, or you going to complain so that the situation change? You have to change. You have to complain. If you don't complain, the situation won't change. You ain't got, who said that? Blame Dirty said that he would fire me. Well, first of all, Blame Dirty, I would never work for your retarded ass anyway. Second of all, you ain't rich enough to hire me. Third of all, I would never work for you ever. So you would never even have to worry about firing me, because I would never work for a bum like you anyway. Period. I don't work for bums. I don't even work for people, period, anyway. You'll come all the way over here from a whole nother country and tell us that we complaining. Get the fuck out of here. Long ho. Long hop.
Yes, sir. Please make me more wise in your ways, please. Please help me understand your point of view. I need to understand. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to troll you.
Well, I think you are. Listen, Mr. Longhorn, let me explain it to you. The same complaints that made you leave South Korea, right, and bring you over here to America and realize that this is a land of opportunity. Hold up. Let me finish.
Over here. Okay?
Let me finish.
You go away now.
Listen to me. The reason why America is as beautiful as you think it is, right, is because my ancestors over here in this country complained and died and made this country the way that it is. See, you didn't fight in the Civil War. You don't have no blood that fought in the Civil War in America. I do. I have blood relatives. My great granddaddy fought in the Civil War in America. See, the reason why this country, the reason why you consider this country great is because my people made it great. So if we don't complain, don't shit change over here. If we're not angry, don't shit change over here. America changes when we get angry. Period.
Make it great? Doesn't everyone make it great?
No, because everybody wasn't over here. Your ancestors didn't come over here. So everybody don't make America great, no. Only the people who built this country made this country great.
Let me ask, please, who the people that only make America great? Not my dad, not for sending me over here, not my uncle, for making sure I had enough money to live. Please explain. I don't know.
Okay, well let me
America great.
What makes America great? What makes America great is the innovative technology, the blood that was spilled over here, the hard work and labor of America. Listen to me, the laws, listen to me, the laws being made equal for everybody and not just for a few people. That's what made America great. See, these people over here, they made this constitution, but they didn't apply it to everybody. They only applied it to themselves. All these laws that you think you benefit from, they weren't for everybody. They was for a certain amount of people. What?
The American flag, America, its flag, it has a meaning.
Man, if you don't sit that shit the fuck down, this American flag had a meaning. The American flag don't have no goddamn meaning. What meaning? The Constitution. That shit didn't apply to black people. We had to make them apply that shit to us. It wasn't like we was like, oh, we're free American citizens. No. The Constitution was for white people. It wasn't for black people. We had to make them make it for us. We had to complain. We had to be angry in order for them to apply the law equally. So you haven't been over here long enough to even speak on the American experience. And just because your parents sent you over here, it does not mean that historically you know what's going on in this country. Because obviously, saying that, you don't. You don't know the real history of this country. You think everything is fine and dandy, and why are you so angry? I'm angry because my people still haven't got reparations for unpaid wages, for slavery. I'm angry because we have a white supremacist president in office right now. I'm angry because my people keep getting killed and murdered up under a fake judicial system that never gets them justice. I'm angry because my community keeps getting flooded with drugs. I'm angry because my children are taught white supremacist history in school. I'm angry. See, what they want to tell you is that there's nothing to see here. Everything is fine and dandy. Long ha. If you just get a job and work, everything will be cool. But see, we still got a score to settle with these people. And I don't care how many of you foreigners they bring in, we're still going to stay on topic. The topic is, why ain't you lazy motherfuckers paid yet? See, the truth of the matter is the reason why white people have to have slaves is because they're fucking lazy. They couldn't get out there in the field and pick cotton themselves because they would burn up. And they know that. They've been lazy, been weak. See, the fact of the matter is they don't want to pay because really the payment is the whole country. There is no payment for murder. There is no payment for child trafficking. There is no payment for rape. There is no payment for none of that. And they know that. So the thing is that you have to call them what you look at them long high, you look at the white people and you see supremacy. You see a man that's going around and he's going around the world trying to make the world a better place. We don't see that. I see pedophiles. I see murderers. I see child traffickers. That's what I see when I see them. I see lazy people. I don't see what you see, Mr. Long Ha. I'm not impressed like you are. You look at America and you see opportunity. I look at America and I see pollution. Because I still have the ancestral DNA to remember how this place used to look before the colonizers came over here. I can still see the buffalo and the bison going all through Utah and Montana and Wyoming. I still see that. I still see the Native Americans putting up their teepees and living in peace. I still see fresh drinking water that goes down the river. I still see clean beaches that didn't have hypodermic needles and sewage waste in them. I still see the beautifulness of America before the colonizers poisoned it. So I'm not impressed like you are, Mr. Long Ha, because you think everything over here is peaches and cream. Why are you so angry? The real question is, why am I so disappointed? Why am I so disappointed in other human beings? Why am I so disappointed in their behavior? Why am I so disappointed That's the truth. These people have been a disappointment, not just to the human race, but to the whole world. These people are a disappointment to nature. I really, really, truly believe, and I'm going to just keep this way 100, that the reason why nature has taken the melanin out of those people is so that we could see them for who they truly are. Let me say that again. I believe that the reason why nature has taken the melanin out of those people is so that we can see who they truly are, like in the movie They Live. You can see who's going to be the group of people that's going to pollute the planet. You can see who's going to be the group of people that's going to murder and commit genocide on other races or groups of people. You can see the people who are going to create the most heinous and indescribable acts against nature. So what nature does is it erases their melanin so you can see them. It erases it so that when they're born, you already know what they're going to do. You already know they're going to pollute the planet. You already know they're going to commit genocide. You already know they're going to sow division between the tribes. You already know and nature takes away their melanin so you can see it. That's why it says in the Bible, behold, and God laid the curse upon them, and their skin became as white as snow. Right there in the Bible. So if you ask me, why am I angry? You should ask yourself that. Why aren't you angry? Why is it okay for them to keep polluting the planet? Why? Why is it okay for them to keep polluting the planet? Why is it okay for them to keep committing genocide amongst people? Why? And why aren't you upset at the conditions of this planet? This planet went from a paradise of clean, pristine, now you openly have a president that bombs civilians, destroys civilian infrastructure, murders people, is part of a pedophilia ring, and you're okay with that? You're okay with that? You're not angry? You're not upset that you got the devil literally running the world? Or are you just one of those people that are enticed by what the devil creates? The materialism that he provides for you. Because you had to pick beans and beets at 8 years old. And now you're over here and you got to pick beans and beets no more because we done picked them already. And now you want to look at us and say, why are you so angry? You should be happy when black people are angry. Because when black people are angry, shit change. Laws change. If we're not angry, ain't shit go change. Nothing will change. And this will be the devil's playground. Oh, you don't know who the devil is? The devil is the one who has no melanin. That's who the devil is. And nature designed it that way, so that you can point them out and see them for who they are. The devil is the one who dropped the atomic bomb on the Japanese. The devil is the one who committed genocide against the Native Americans. The devil is the one who enslaved black people for over 400 years. Do I need to keep going on all the crimes that the devil continues to commit against human beings? Yet you come over here and act like the devil has done nothing? It was us who had to fight against the devil in the Civil War in order for us to get our so-called freedom. All this evidence, Mr. Long Ha, all this evidence of all of these devilish things that these people have done, yet you don't know who the devil is. You don't know you don't know who the devil is? If somebody come over here, not only did they kill the Native Americans, but kill over 1 million bisons, buffaloes. Damn near extinct the whole population of buffalo. What would you call that? You call them for what they are. The devils. If another man enslaved another man for 400 years, what do you call him? If he not only enslaves you, but rapes the women, rapes the children, kidnap them, and murder them, what do you call him? If that's not the devil, then what is it? See, people love to point at black people and say, oh, y'all doing this and that. But we ain't done that. I don't remember our people committing genocide. I don't remember our people extincting animals and plants and trees. I don't remember our people polluting the planet with radiation and poison. I don't remember our people doing that. But I do know who has done that. I don't remember people or my people going out of the American country to another country and dropping a nuclear bomb not once but twice on the country. Not only killing the people there, but destroying nature for hundreds of years from radiation poison. I don't remember our people, black people, doing that. But I know who has. So you have to call them how you see them. And it really is my belief that the reason why certain people get albinism or albino, become albinos is because it's nature's way of pointing them out. It's nature's way of saying, hey, This guy's not normal. It's a reason why you can go to every continent on the planet and always find melanated beings living in harmony with nature. And you never found an indigenous tribe of white people anywhere on the planet. Please, white people, call me and explain that to me. Why can't we find you nowhere indigenously anywhere on the planet? No lost white tribes, nowhere. You know why? Because nature forbid it. And that's why you hate nature now. You couldn't find a white indigenous tribe in South America. You couldn't find a white indigenous tribe in Africa. You couldn't find a white indigenous tribe nowhere. I've never seen anywhere on National Geographic of a white indigenous tribe being found somewhere. Always only black people or brown people. Nowhere. Why is that? Not one. Even if you go, you can't say, oh, because of the cold, because if you go up to Alaska, the people were still brown. The people were still brown. So nowhere on the planet do you find any indigenous white tribes anywhere. Why is that? No new discoveries of a white indigenous tribe nowhere. You know why? Because you are an abomination to nature. You are a mutant, a mutated gene. You are the opposite of us. You're the opposite. So therefore you think the opposite. You don't work with nature, you destroy it. You pollute it. You don't work with man, you destroy him. You pollute him. The same way you treat man is the same way you treat nature, with no regard and no respect. All of your major cities that you build up and the crown jewels of your society and empire are all shitholes filled with nothing but rats, roaches, and pigeons. Let me say that again. All of your major societies that you build up and say, this is the greatest society that man has ever made, is nothing but concrete, rats, roaches, and pigeons. Concrete, rats, roaches, and pigeons. And this is what everybody's supposed to be proud of. This is the best civilization that the world has ever seen. And all I see is rats, roaches, pigeons, and concrete. All the other animals, they have to stay in jail. But you call it a zoo, though. Think about that, y'all. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying, you got to look at things from a common sense aspect. All the other animals, the lions, the gazelles, the buffaloes, all in captivity. They call it a zoo. The gorillas, the only animals that are allowed to roam around in the city are the rats, the roaches, the pigeons. Every other animal, you have to go pay to see in a zoo. Shows you the mentality of the people who call themselves the liberators of nature and liberators of man. Yet, when you turn around, all they do is put all of those things in captivity and run science experiments on them to try to take their uniqueness that nature has provided for them. Yet they tell you everything is free. And this is what civilization looks like. Captivity. Rats, roaches, pigeons, everything's free though. But you got to go to a zoo because we can't live amongst the lions like the Africans do in Africa. We can't live amongst the gazelles like the Africans do in Africa. We can't live amongst the buffalo like the buffalo do in Africa. Everything else has to be put in a cage. Everything else has to be locked up. Come on, man. Enough with the shenanigans. When everybody just go admit that you really live inside of a glorified jail. But the only entertainment you get is what you see on TV and what you go pay to go see. Other human beings. Civilization shouldn't be based on what you can lock up, what you can put in captivity. Civilization should be based on what you can coexist with. If you can't live on a planet and let the animals be free, then you shouldn't be free. Because the planet don't just belong to you, it belongs to them also. And see, that's the difference between us and them. They think that everything should be killed and murdered and put in a jail. Whereas us, we believe that everything should be free. Because we are not just humans, but we are also part of the whole kingdom of God. The whole kingdom. Not just man, but animals also. Look at that. And right on time. You see that? See how the universe works? How to coexist. Not lock everything up. So if you ask me why I'm angry, it's because I see life for what it really is and not what appears to be. The truth of the matter is that, like I told you before, these people are the devil. And they've been the devil. And their behavior is devilish. And that's why you have a society and so many wars going on, because they are the children of Set. They are the children of Set. They don't believe in the light. They believe in the darkness. Period. And it's been that way. And until you study the science of our ancestors, you won't know the difference between the two. See, melanin is not a curse, it is a blessing. It gives you the ability to actually go out there in the sun and receive starlight energy. You can walk in the starlight of the universe. The highest frequency that you're going to experience in your whole life. But there's a demographic of us who can't experience that. There's a demographic of us who does not know what it feels like to absorb the energy of the universe. So they don't have the same thinking of being one with nature because they're not one with nature. So being that they're not one with nature, they take it out on nature. They pollute the ocean. They pollute the waters. They pollute the air. They have no connection to it. So if you have no connection to it, you have no investment in it. If you don't have a connection to nature, why would they care? You think they care, man, when they drop bombs on different countries, and you think they care that it's a habitat of animals that live there? Like I told y'all in my previous lives, all this talk about war and we're going to war with the Iranians. Not one talk about nature. You know why? They don't care about nature. Never have, never will. And I don't care how many scientists they go around with the little scientist suit on and acting like we just discovered a new species of plant. They don't care. First thing they want to do is trap it, take it back to the library or to the science place and dissect it. They look at the weeds that grow up in the ground and be like, we got to kill the weeds. Let's get some Roundup and round them up. They attack and kill everything. They go to war with everything, even the weeds that come out the earth. There's nothing in nature they haven't attacked and went to war with. Even the weeds of the earth get it. They got a whole chemical called Roundup that poisons not only just the weeds in the earth, but the soil itself. There's an experiment that's going on right now in Chicago. I remember when I was a kid in Chicago, you used to see fireflies all the time. All the time, man, you see fireflies everywhere. 20 years later, you don't even see them no more. Because of the chemicals they done put in the ground, kills the larvae of the fireflies. Kills it. Fireflies, dead. Nature, kill it. Weeds growing up in your ground, kill it. Anything, kill it, destroy it. It's a big difference, y'all. Between the people who worship life listen, it's a big difference between the people who worship life and the people who go to church every Sunday and worship death. It's a big difference. It's a big difference between those who want you to worship death and those who worship life. Those who would kill the weeds out the earth because it offends them. Those who cage animals. The phone lines is open. 323-497-6825. You disagree with anything that I'm saying, please call in. 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. All you Muslims that's on my chat right now, please call in. Tell me why I should worship Allah. Show me the greatness that Allah has done across the world, except enslave, murder, and kill. Tell me about how you Muslims out there love to be racist towards black people. Please tell me. And then tell me, where can I meet this Allah? Because I can show you the creator that I believe in, but I've never been able to have y'all show me him not one time. The phone line is open. If you want to have a debate with me, please, we can always do it. The number's open, 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. Any one of you religious people out there, don't be a coward. Call in. Please tell me. Huh? Phone lines is open. 323-497-6825. You tell me how your religion, huh, is better than life. Huh? You tell me. Huh? Yeah, you want the Egyptian slave blacks? Please call it in and I'll tell you exactly what happened. See, they talk that. They'll never tell you the truth. They only tell you the half of the truth. Phone lines is open. Don't just sneak dish your comments in the comments. The phone lines is open. Let everybody hear your voice. Call in. Don't just say it in the chat. See, y'all cowards. Y'all love to just talk in the chat. Phone lines is open. 323-497-6825. Tell me about how Christianity and Islam has made the world a better place. I'd like to hear it. Huh? Huh? Oh, technology has made the world a better place. Please call in and explain to us how technology has made the world a better place. I would love to hear that. The number's open, 323-497-6825. Please call in and tell me how technology has made the world a better place. See, that's why I tell you, you gotta watch what's going on. And all these wars that you see going on, not one time has the impact on nature ever been discussed. Not one time. All these bombs, all these airplanes, all this shit that y'all be making, what is it doing to nature? Or do you even care? Or am I right when I tell you that the people who are albinos are the cursed of the world? And all they do is poison the planet. Huh? Huh? Oh. Okay. Phone lines is open, cowards. Huh? 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 323-497-6825. Huh? Oh, okay. But like I said, that's the reality, black folks. The truth of the matter is exactly what it is. It's like the movie They Live. You can see them before they even come. You already know they're against nature because nature has already made them the way they are. Polluters of the planet, destructors of nature, deceivers of men. Huh? Huh? No calls? Oh. What happened to all the Allah and Islam and Jesus and what happened? Oh. Huh? I'm waiting. The phone lines is open. I see a lot of comments in here, but I don't see no phone lines ringing. I don't see none. Yeah, I know it. Huh? Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. See, the truth is what it is. The truth can't be denied nor dispelled. We live in a spirit realm. And being that we live in a spirit realm, we are directly connected to the life bringer, which is Ra, the sun. See, we could go out there in the garden and pull the fruits. We have the power to build and start a whole nation. The devil can't do that. When you don't have melanin, you are a mutant. You are a mutated being, not fit to survive in nature. And that's not me being racist, or that is a scientific fact. That is a scientific fact. That's why being an albino anywhere in nature is frowned upon. It is not natural. It is a curse, period. It's a curse. The cold thing about it is, if you ask a lot of white women, they know that. And that's why it's a campaign from a lot of white women to start trying to what? Darken their genetics so that they can what? Survive. So of course, the non-melanated white men, Asians, and whoever have a whole campaign against us. And the reason why they have that campaign against us is because they still want to have the ability to procreate, even though they are a mutated gene from nature. Even though they are literally mutants. Literally. So the fact of the matter is, and we're not talking about their opinion, we're talking about scientific fact. Scientific fact says that if you don't have melanin in your skin, you are a mutant. Because that is not natural on the planet. So what has happened is, now that we have a bunch of mutants running around, not only do they take it out on the original people of the planet, but they take it out on nature. They kill nature. They destroy nature. They pollute nature. They cage up nature. They put it in captivity. then tell everything else there's something wrong with it because it's doing the natural function from the sun. It's following its natural DNA code from the sun. So they don't worship life. They worship death. And they literally have our people walking around with chains of a dead man on it. And then they tell you to go hide inside of the temple on Sunday to worship this dead man. And you don't see the mutated thinking in that? Please, white people, if I'm wrong, you can call me up and tell me. Tell me why I'm lying about you being a mutant. The phone lines is open, 323-497-6825. Please explain to the crowd out here that I'm lying when I say that you're a mutant and that your psychology and your vision of the world and how you want to enslave, pollute, and kill everything is not because of your mutated way of thinking. Please tell me. The number's right here, 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. Explain to everybody about how you're not a mutant. Explain to everybody about how your mutated thoughts is not the reason why you pollute the planet. It's why you have a zoo in every city. Why you cage up the animals. And please explain to everybody about how your version of civilization, of how you've created these beautiful buildings that houses roaches, rats, and pigeons. Please explain to everybody how that is the best system that man has ever came up with. The phone lines are open. 323-497. Don't just put them in the comments. Don't just put them in the comments, please. Explain to me. I would like to know. Because all my life I've been hearing about how this is just the best thing since sliced bread. Don't call from no restricted line either, Chris. You call me, you call from a restricted line. Don't be no coward. I'm right here, right in front of you. I'm not hiding, none of that. So you shouldn't hide either. Huh? Please call and tell us. I would love for, do we have any politicians out there? Any senators, any congressmen? Any CIA agents, FBI agents? Please call me up and explain to me about how America is the standard, the gold standard of civilization. I wish Sean Hannity could call me. I would love to talk to Sean Hannity and have him explain to me about the freedoms and the democracy of the world and how America has been a beacon for all of the people of the planet. Huh? The phone lines is open. Please call in and let me know about how beautiful. How you tripled and quadrupled the population of rats, and how you quadrupled the population of pigeons and roaches and dogs and cats. Please explain it to me. Explain it to all our listeners out here. Tell them about how your version of society is better than ancient Egypt's are. How you have done more. Please, explain. You can't do it. You know why you can't do it? Because even though you'll sit there and you'll try to explain to me about how everything has freedom and democracy, you just can't explain the amount of pollution that you have inflicted on this planet. You can't explain that. All you can say is, we're trying to clean it up. All these oil tankers that keep getting hit over there in the Strait of Hormuz, all those oil tankers that keep getting hit off of the Black Sea in Russia, we're not even talking about the oil spills. We're not even talking about the amount of refineries that you have blown up and destroyed the natural habitat for the animals. They got this show that come on every day called The Enforcer. They get all kind of views. White people sit there and they listen to them about the war. They send all kind of money in to them. But every time I listen to them speak, it's only about the conflict between man and never about the damage that's done to nature. Not one time. And when I sit there and I listen to them, I just think to myself, man, these people are evil. These people are disgusting. Not one conversation. See, in the 42 principles of Ma'at, before the so-called 10 Commandments, the ancient Egyptian people had written within the scribes on protecting nature. Of being good stewardess of nature, of not polluting the water, of not polluting the air, of not polluting the land. That is written within their commandments. You don't find those commandments in the 10 Commandments of the so-called Hebrew Israelites. You don't find those commandments in the so-called teachings of Islam. You don't find them. You know why? Because they're disconnected. Unnatural people can't have natural behavior. Let me say that again. Unnatural people can't have natural behavior. Meaning, people who aren't in tune with nature can't act natural. It's foreign to them. It's savage to them. You can't act a way if you're not naturally that way. You can't care about something if you're not connected to it. See, when they see us dance and they see us happy and they see us creating things and doing things and having a natural joy about life, They don't know that that's energy that comes from the cosmos. They don't know that. They don't know that. An albino can't have the same intelligence as a natural human being. It's one of the side effects. One of the side effects of being unnatural or an albino is that you can't receive the star energy from the universe. You can't receive it. You can't receive it. So if you're not receiving energy from the universe, then you can't know what the universe wants you to do. You understand that? So everything they do is unnatural. They have to create an unnatural environment because they can't live naturally. They can't. They have to live unnatural in order to what? Survive. It's a coping mechanism. They have to build caves that they call homes in order to what? Block out the sun. And then they tell you this is technology. It's not technology. It's a cave. Just a fancy looking one. It's a fancy looking cave. Made out of concrete, made out of rock. See, when you break down the whole white civilization thing, and you actually look at it for what it really is, you start to see a pattern of behavior. And that pattern of behavior is based upon survival. Because of a natural defect, well, let me take that back, an unnatural defect that they suffer from. You have to enslave people to work out there in the field because you can't work in the field. You can't pick cotton because your albinoism won't allow it. You have to wear a shirt and clothes because your albinoism will be exposed. If you do not have on clothes and you go out there in nature, nature will let you know right away you're not supposed to be out here. Go back to the caves where there is no sunlight and you will be okay. And then what happens is, because you're raised inside of their education system, you think that these habitats that they build up are natural habitats. But really what they are what? Habitats to what? Save them from the sun. Modernized caves for cave people. Modernized cave dwellings for the caveman. A whole society built off of the technology of caves. Yes, somebody sent me a super chat and they said, can you explain to me why Zimbabwe completely fell apart? Yeah, I can. The reason why Zimbabwe completely fell apart is because there was a party called the ZANU Party. And it was headed by a great black man by the name of Robert Mugabe, who was the head of that party. And back in 1979, he freed his people from the British Empire. And when he freed his people from the British Empire, he made a pact with the Britons that he would send to them, because they had no food, that he would send to them food from the what they call the breadbasket of Africa. But what happened was, in the 1990s, his fellow patriots who helped free the country, they wanted the farmland that the British were farming on. The British had got mad. There was actually a deal where the actual Britain had sent them some Jeeps for like 10,000 tons of sterling silver. But they told them that they couldn't use the Jeeps for political purposes. So what happened was, during the revolution, the people kicked out the British, took back the farmlands so they can feed themselves. Joe Biden, who was a senator at the time, put an oil embargo on the Zimbabwean people, causing them to have an inflation of their dollar, which caused an economic collapse in their country. So the reason why Zimbabwe collapsed wasn't because of the black people, but because of Joe Biden and his racist policies towards African people, because African people no longer wanted to be giving the Europeans any of their crops. So the white people got mad and put an oil embargo on them. Look it up. Oh, you thought I didn't know that? Yeah, I know. So, like I said, when you suffer from being an albino race of people, and you build a whole society off of protecting yourself from the sun, you think a certain kind of way. You hate the black man, but you needed him to work in your fields because you couldn't work in the field. You were the ultimate version of a house Negro. You had to stay in the house because you couldn't work in the field. You are the original house Negro. The first one ever created. The house Negro of house Negroes is the white man. So, understand the truth about the lazy people who could not build up their own society. About the cursed people who are unnatural to the world. And that's why they pollute. That's why they murder. Not just man, but animals too. That's who they are. The poisoners of the world, the virus, the disease of the world. That's the cave builders. Huh? If I'm lying, the phone lines is open. If you saying what I said about Zimbabwe is wrong, please. The phone lines is open. 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. 323-497-6825. So when we talk about who's the real house niggas of America, it's the white people. They have to stay in the house. They have to build caves in order to survive. They have to. They can't be out there in the sun like me. I'll be in the sun all day long, shining, soaking up all of that sunlight and energy, letting the gold reflect and vibrate off my aura. Yeah, shirtless all day. All day. So when they tell you, oh, you guys aren't Egyptian, Egypt is 120 every day. When you see a picture of the Pharaoh, he never has his shirt on. And that was for a reason. The reason why he didn't have his shirt on is because he was blessed with melanin. He could be out there in 120 degrees all day and not worry about getting a sunburn. He could build great monuments in the desert heat without worrying about getting a sunburn. He could stand out in the gloriousness of the sun without worrying about getting a sunburn. And that's why his name was called the Nesubiti, Setepin Ra, Mercy Amen Ra, he who is loved by Ra, he who is the son of Ra. Stand out there all day just like this all day, every day. Even on Sunday. Even on Sunday. Just like this. Every day. Huh? Every day. No complaining. No putting on no copper tone. No, I got to put on some sunblock. I need, anybody got some sunblock, man? It's too hot out here in Egypt. It's 120 degrees. I would love for you white folks to build a small pyramid, not even a big one. Just build a small pyramid, take your shirt off, and do it in the desert. I ain't gonna tell you to build a 40-story high one. Just build a small pyramid. Take your shirt off like the Pharaoh did and build it. No shirt on. Just stay in the sun all day long. I like to see it. All day. Then I'll actually believe that y'all built the pyramids. If I let you build a small one, about this high. Now about this high. This high. No shirt on though. You gotta take your shirt off. And it gotta be like it gotta be somewhere where the temperature on average is between 100 and 115 degrees. 100 to 115 degrees, and go outside. No shirt now. No shirt. Just like the Pharaoh. No shirt. Just go outside and build the pyramids. No shirt though. And just stay outside all day. Take your apron. Make you some bricks. And just build you a pyramid all day long. No shirt on, nothing. And then do it for 20 years straight. 20 years straight. 1,000 white people outside, no shirt, 110 degrees. That's my challenge to you. In the desert, 120 degrees. No shirt on. Prove it to me that you built the pyramids. Because when I look on the hieroglyphs of the workers of the pyramids, they didn't have no shirt on. No shirt. I would like to see you go out there and do that. Since you want to prove to everybody that you built the pyramids. Huh? No shirt though. No shirt. The phone lines is open. Please, I would love for you white people to explain to me how you guys built the pyramids 20 years straight, no shirt on, and 110 degrees. The phone lines is open, 323-497-6825. Please explain to me. Explain to my office, to my audience, how you guys built the pyramids 20 years straight, no shirt on, in 110-degree weather? I would like to know. If there's any brothers out there that got an explanation for that, please, you can call in too. The phone lines is open, 323-497-6825. I would love to have white America explain to me how they were able to build these megalithic monuments in 110-degree weather with no shirt on and no pants. Huh? The phone lines is open. The phone lines is open. 323-497-6825. No shirt, no pants. 120-degree weather. I want to see y'all go out there and build a pyramid. Huh? That's what I thought. Yeah. I appreciate everybody that's tapped in today. I know we went way longer than we usually do. But y'all know who this is. It's the Nesubiti Ben Keparat Moses the Great. Ah, we got a caller coming in. Hey, are you a pyramid builder?
I had a call, man, because I gotta know. Are we still on the live stream right now?
We are right now.
I am genuinely intrigued. Like, who are you?
Who am I? Wow, it's been a long time, huh?
I'm intrigued, man. I'm tripped out right now. Your clothing is throwing me through a loop. So I just, who are you?
Yeah, who am I, huh? Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question. Who are you? Are you of European descent? Are you a white man? Who are you? You sound white.
I mean, I sound white just because I sound white, man. I don't know what my descent is, honestly. My skin is pretty white. It's like olive-ish.
Olive-ish? You mean like green, like a green olive, or like a black olive?
No, the undertone is white, and then it has like a tint, but it's not like a white tint. It's not like a pink tint. It kind of looks like I don't know what kind of tint this is, but I would say it's probably like an olive slight tan.
An olive slight. I never understood that when people say olive, because the only olives I've ever seen are green and black olives.
Yeah, well, I guess when people say olive, I think they're referring to the color of olive oil.
Oh, olive oil. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I guess if you were to look at olive oil and then like dilute it, it would probably be really close to my skin color.
So do you believe that your ancestors built the pyramids?
I mean, I believe that humanity's ancestors built the pyramids.
Humanity?
Yeah.
Well, in order to be part of humanity, don't you have to have hue?
Yeah, sure.
Then
I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm just not sure what the point is that you're trying to make. I just wanted to get to know you really quick because your character was really grabbing my attention. So
the point I'm trying to make is that for a long time, and I'm probably sure you're probably not part of this conversation either, but there's a conversation in the scholastic world that says that the Europeans are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians, and that they are the ones who actually built the pyramid mounds that you see in Egypt. But from anybody who's actually studied the location of Egypt, I don't know how that's even physically possible for white people who don't have no melanin to be out there building anything in 120-degree weather for 20 years straight. Do you think that that's possible? Just being honest.
I mean, all I know how to do is be honest. I don't really have any intent of trying to be dishonest. So if we're gonna take this conversation seriously, what I would say is, I guess I would start with saying, where do you think white people or people of lighter skin tone come from?
Well, I believe that they are albinos of black people, or albinos of the Indian people from India.
So then, if that's the case, then by definition, wouldn't that mean that they're still the descendants of the people of Africa and that they did, in some capacity, help them to build the pyramids?
No. We're not talking about some capacity.
I hear what you're saying. I guess I would just say that it really depends on, what you're trying to hone in on here. I mean,
It's real simple. It's real simple. It's real simple. Like, I give you an example. Over here in America, right? Black people were fielded with the task of picking cotton in the cotton fields and fruits and berries and stuff like that because white people couldn't go out there in the sun all day and actually do the job. Do you agree with that?
you know what? Honestly, I will tell you that I have worked very heavily in the sun, and again, I have a lighter skin tone, and there have been times where the sun has been pretty unforgiving to my skin, even with a slight tan. And I do know that lighter skinned white people absolutely they do tan over time in the sun because if not they burn. So yeah, I mean I won't disagree with you that there is definitely a shielding of the sun's radiation when you do have melanin in the skin or when you have a darker skin tone. It helps you absorb the radiation from the sun.
Now, the thing about it is that everything you just said is 100% correct. And I'm not even talking about you going out there and working in the field and stuff like that with your shirt on. I'm talking about, imagine going out there in the field working without your shirt on in 110-degree weather building a pyramid. Do you think that that's possible if I was to gather, say for instance, 1,000 white people and told them, look, we're going to go out there for 20 years and you're going to go out there and we're going to build this pyramid. You think that's possible?
Well, I don't think that it's impossible. I think it's probably improbable that that's what happened. I would say that the Egyptian slaves were more than likely, a mid-range of skin tones. You probably had much darker ancient Egyptians, and then you had lighter ancient.
Well, who said? Hold on. Who said they were slaves?
Well, I mean, we know this from historical records, and even
No. Hold up. We don't know this from historical records. See, the thing about it is that when we talk about pyramids, people forget that there's pyramids that go all the way. There's more pyramids in Nubia than there is in Egypt. So, in fact, the pyramids in Nubia are older than the ones in Egypt. So the thing about it is that pyramids is something that has been being built by people who weren't slaves as a monument and a testament to the kingdom. And then what they also found out is that the people who built the pyramids that you're probably referring to, the ones on the Giza Plateau, all have burial sites right next to the pyramids. And we all know slaves weren't allowed to even have burial sites.
Well, actually, I'm going a little bit further back than that. So, like, for example, in ancient Sumer in Mesopotamia.
Well, yeah, that's a whole different place. We're not even talking about that.
They also followed, and they were actually one of the very first recorded civilizations. So anything that Egypt did, Egypt borrowed a lot from ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia.
No. That's not true.
It is true.
No, it's
Because
not.
if you
No,
look
it's
at
not.
the,
No, it's
hold
not.
on, hold on.
Listen. Hold up. The oldest
Okay,
people on
I'll
this
let you
planet.
talk,
The oldest
but
people on this
next
planet.
time.
Hold up. The oldest people on this planet come from Africa.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that ancient Sumer, as far as societal customs go, and as far as city creation, civilization, design goes, Egypt borrowed a lot of that from ancient Sumer. And we know this because the ancient Sumerian pantheon, when you look at the old gods like Tiamat and the creation myth, the Babylonian creation story, we see goddesses like Isis and goddesses that reflect the ancient Sumerian pantheon that were borrowed by Egypt later on. And this still doesn't, it's not saying that Egypt isn't as old as it is. No one's saying that at all, but we know for a fact that lots of the different lots of the different
See, when you say we know, listen.
Embedded into Egyptian society, and they borrowed those ideas of having like a supreme king or pharaoh. That was done first in ancient Sumer in Babylon.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And let me prove it to you. Let me prove it to you. The god that started ancient Kemet, right, comes from the south. His name was Asar, not Isis, not Osiris. Those are the Greek versions of what they've learned down there, and then they renamed it. But the original people that founded the nation that we now call Egypt, before it was called Kemet, were from southern Africa. And they traveled down the Nile. Egypt is the only country in the world where the Nile runs from the south to the north, which lets you know the direction of where civilization came from. Civilization of Egypt did not go from the north to the south, it went from the south to the north. So therefore the gods, therefore the gods that were created traveled down and went to Mesopotamia, not the other way around. That would be literally going against the current of the universe and going against the natural civilization of man, knowing that man came up out of Africa. Civilization is something that's internal inside of man because it's the gathering of tribes and people. So therefore that it came up out of the south of Africa, it came out of Africa and went to Mesopotamia, not the other way around.
I think you're really having a secondary conversation here. I'm really not focused on where civilization came from because that's not the argument that you were having. You asked me where I got the idea that the slaves were who helped build the pyramids, and I'm telling you that we know from history that Egypt borrowed a lot of cultural designs and cultural frameworks from ancient Sumer. We know this historically. Like, we have texts that prove this. We have historians that studied this for a very long time. Isis and those interpretations of the gods don't even come from ancient Greece. They had an entirely different pantheon, an entirely different myth story. Isis is literally a goddess in ancient Sumer, and she is absolutely a goddess.
Yeah, but that's not her name. Her name is not Isis. You keep calling her that. That's where you get your whole philosophy wrong in the first place, because you're not even calling it. Listen, hold on. You're not even calling it by the original name. The original name of Isis is Aset. The original name of Asar is not Osiris. It's Asar.
Well, those are translations, right? So what I'm getting at is the name still translated directly from ancient Sumer to Egypt. So the way that we know
listen. No. Isis, listen. Isis and that we call Aset is an actual person. Asar, who you call Osiris, is an actual person. Those beings actually have graves. People don't know that. You can go look this up right now. Go look up the grave of Asar. It's an actual grave of the person. People thought for a long time that this was a mythology. It's not. These are actual people that came from Nubia and started Egypt. This ain't a mythology. A lot of people believe, this come from Sumeria. No, these are real people.
So I'm not trying to say at all.
So why are you saying that it was a myth from Sumeria?
ISIS or Osiris or Horus that were real people, but what I'm still trying to hone in on, again, was you asked where I got the idea that slaves built the pyramids, and slaves helped build the pyramids of ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia and Babylon. So they took ideas from Sumer. Like, we know this.
No. We don't know this.
Yes, regardless of the syntax.
We don't know this.
Hold on a second, because I let you talk. You just keep interrupting me.
No, you keep trying to say something as if it's a fact, but it's not a fact.
No. You can't interrupt somebody for trying to have a conversation.
No. You can't state a fact if it's not a fact. I'm not going to let you do that.
I studied this.
Okay, if you studied it, then how come you don't know their proper names then?
Because I look at the contemporary translation.
Okay, well, if you studied it, you should know that you should say it by the correct name and not the interpreted name.
But my point being is that I can look at the relationship between point A and point B and where those names came from. And the names translate directly from one ancient civilization to another.
But that's still wrong, though. You're wrong.
I've read the Epic of Gilgamesh. These were stories that predate any of the first.
You're still wrong, though. You're still wrong, though.
I'm not, though.
You are. Because you think that Isis and Osiris are mythological people from a story from Sumeria, when I'm telling you that, hold on, when I'm telling you that these are actual living, breathing people that came from South Africa.
You are desperately trying.
I'm not desperately doing nothing.
Discussing.
I'm not desperately doing, I'm pointing out the facts.
But
you're not acknowledging the facts.
To you, they're facts, but to me,
No.
they're not.
Exactly. And that's been historically both of our problems. You want to say one thing is fact because you don't want to acknowledge where it come from, the original people's story. The original people's story is the fact, not the white man's interpretation. Your white interpretation is not fact.
I'm not even a white person.
Yes, you are.
You have no
Yes,
idea
you
about my
are.
background.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you
Where was I
are.
born?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Where was I born?
You're a white person.
Where was I born?
You're not as black as me. Knock it
I'm not
off.
trying to be as black as you.
Knock it off.
I'm not trying
Knock
to be
it
as black
off.
as you.
You're
Dude,
not
I'm
me.
not trying to be as black as you, but you're not positioning a real argument.
I already showed you the argument already.
You don't have an argument.
I do. My argument is that you're using fake interpretations of people's name. They're not Isis. They're not Osiris. That's not their names.
You started to talk about how
That's not their names. Their names is Asar and Aset, and they came from Nubia. These are not mythological people. You see what I'm saying?
At the end of the day, it's harder for a light-skinned person or a white person even to be outside in the sun because it would damage their skin cells. I gave you that credit, but you're starting to talk about and go into these different tangents and don't add anything credible to the conversation.
Listen, white people, listen. I'm not doing the whole ISIS and Osiris thing. See, the thing about it is, black folks, I mean, that's why I say this is so important. Very important that we have conversations like this. Because they will literally sit there and try to rewrite history in front of you. They will literally sit there and try to rewrite history in front of you. Instead of them using the correct original names of these people who actually existed, they will give you the Greek interpretation of the people. There's never been an Isis or an Osiris that lived in Egypt or Kemet. Egypt is a Greek word for a place they renamed. The same way they did America. The Indians never called this place America, but they will tell you that it is fact because they say so. And because they changed the name and give it a different identity, now it is so. Now we call it New England because they wrote it down in a book. Now we call it Boston because they wrote it down in a book. Now we call it New York because they wrote it down in a book. They always want to tell you that their intellectual property is the foundation of knowledge across the world, and never give the Aboriginal people of the land their due credit or their due knowledge. Never. They want to rewrite history or write into history their spells, their magic, while denying the original people knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Isis and Osiris never even fucking existed. There's no such thing. If you went back there and was like, walked up to Asar and was like, hey, Osiris, what you doing? And they look at you like you crazy. That's not my name. And not only have they done that to the ancient Egyptian people, but they've done it to you, black people. If you go and you look at what happened on the movie Roots, they told him, your name is no longer Kuta Kinte, your new name is now Toby. So he had to walk around his whole damn life with some goddamn name that this stupid ass cracker gave him. And that's their philosophy, unnatural thinking. Let's rewrite history right in front of their eyes. We're not going to call Osar no more. We're going to call him Osiris. We're not going to call Set no more. We're going to call her Isis. We're not even going to call Egypt Kemet no more. We're going to call it Egypt. Everywhere they go, they rewrite everything. Then sit there and tell you, I read it in a book, so it must be true. No, we know this for a fact. You trying to sit here and tell me about facts. And all your people do is go around and make up non-facts. Next, you're going to try to convince me that the land that you stole over here, the new name for it is America. This is America now. Because I read it in a book. And the book says America. Well, the Native Americans, what did they call it? What Native Americans? Exactly. Psychology. The egotistical maniac of these people is unbelievable. They went all the way to Africa and started naming shit over there. Not even from there. We're going to call it Egypt. We're going to call it Isis, Osiris. And it says over here in the Sumerian tablets that they got the word Isis and Osiris from there. But no, those were real human beings. Asar traveled up the Nile from Nubia. They actually found the man's tomb. And they still don't call him by his rightful name. But I'm tripping because I point out the fact that You're not using the right words. That you're misrepresenting a people by calling them out of their name. Same thing you did to our people. Same thing. They gonna call me, well, what you got on? Why? Because I'm not dressed up in your little suit and shit? Go ahead, bro. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Am I lying?
Hey, why'd you hang up?
Because you started spitting lies. If you can't acknowledge the truth, there's no need for us to talk.
I was doing to you what you were doing to me.
No. You're not spitting the truth. You calling these people ISIS and Osiris. Them people never existed.
So hold on, I'm gonna educate you since you don't.
Oh, you're going to educate. That's good.
Yes.
That's what white people always do. Please educate the poor Negro on the show. Go ahead.
No, it has nothing to do with
Go
the
ahead.
poor Negro. It has everything to do with you.
Go ahead and educate me, please. Educate me, please.
I will. So
Go ahead.
Asar or Usir was the original name for Osiris.
Oh.
I never said that wasn't the case, but you're so hung up on that I figured I'd start by giving you a slight olive branch here.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what was the original name? Hold on. What was the original name for ISIS? What's the original name for ISIS?
The Greeks, during the time of Alexander the Great, after he passed, and Ptolemy went to Africa, went to Egypt, the Egyptians didn't have vowels.
Oh.
So because they did not have vowels, the translation began to include them for the Greek alphabet. It's still, the name still means the same, which is Throne of the Eye, or Mighty One. But they didn't have the phonetics that the Greeks needed. The Greeks didn't take away from the religion or the belief of Osiris or Asar and what that person meant. It's no different than if your name is Joseph in English and your name in Spanish is Jose. There's no difference there. It's a translation for the literary and linguistic style of another nation. You couldn't have Ptolemy going back to the Greek city-states and telling the story of Ra or Ishtar or Osiris or whoever the case, and tell it in a language that they didn't understand. It wouldn't make sense to the entirety of the Greek Peleus or the Greek city-states. So that's why there was a translation, was to spread those stories further and for them to be able to understand it linguistically. Now we'll go one step further. When we look at the inclusion of slaves, again, historically we have the evidence that the first records of slaves appear first and foremost in ancient Mesopotamia, ancient Sumer, around the year 3000 BCE, and the first recorded slaves that we have were war captive or dead slaves. Immediately after, around 400 years down the road in the timeline, we see the ancient Old Kingdom of Egypt showing the exact same types of records of slaves, again, including prisoners of war and dead slaves. These were the things they were utilized for. They were utilized for chattel slavery, which meant that people were treated as complete property, utilized for agricultural labor, household services, temple labor, and state projects, i.e., the Egyptian pyramids as they were used in ancient Mesopotamia. They were used as bonded labor, so because they had debt, they were subject to punishment or legal obligation. They were also known as ba'ak or hun, which was laborer or servant. That's the Egyptian translation. Forced labor is corvée, not technically slavery, but they were compulsory labor used by the state, and they were owned by the state, and they were used also for monument constructing, which you could have attributed to the obelisks, mining and quartering, and state agriculture. So again, war captives, domestic slavery, and agricultural labor, specialized labor during the later periods, especially during the Persian conquest of Cyrus the Great, etc., and Darius II and whatnot. So back to the tombs, we know that the tomb reliefs show specific bound captives enslaved in the Old Kingdom. The tale of Sinuhe which references all enslaved foreigners, Armana letters that mention slaves and laborers in the administration, Wilbur papyrus that shows state control of labor obligations, Deir el Medina records that show labor organization and compensation, Persian period Aramaic documents that showed slaves that were bought, sold, and inherited property, and modern scholarly compilations, primarily known as the Slavery and Independence in Ancient Egypt, provides hundreds of translated documents from the Old Kingdom. So again, you were wrong. Again, they borrowed those ideas. Again, the slaves were absolutely used to help build.
And where was I wrong at? Where was I wrong at? Because you haven't made anything. I said anything was wrong.
You said to me that the slaves were not used to build the pyramids. That's what started our diving into this whole idea. Where did I get the idea that slaves built the pyramids? I tried to tell you that these ideas and that these social frameworks were literally borrowed from ancient Mesopotamia and ancient Sumer, who had done it 400 years prior to Egypt.
Now let me tell you exactly where you're wrong at. First of all, this whole conversation. Hold up.
It has nothing to do with.
I don't want to hang up on you, bro. Either you gonna listen or I'm gonna hang up. You want me to hang up on you? Do you want me to hang up on you, or you want me to talk? Okay, so I'll hang up on you. So, like I was saying before, the initial challenge that I so eloquently pointed out to you was that there is no way possible that white people could build the pyramids or build anything out in the sun at 120 degrees, because physiologically you are unable to do that because of the sun burning you and giving you cancer. You can't build anything with your shirt off. And if you go and you look at whether you call them slaves or whatever you want to call them, the people that built the pyramids, when you see the laborers working, had no shirt on. So that makes it physiologically impossible for white people to say that they had anything to do with what was going on in Egypt, as you Greeks like to call it. You olive-skinned Greeks like to call it. Second of all, you trying to say that Osiris and Isis is an interpretation from Greek. I am not Greek. I do not need an interpretation from a Greek person on our ancestors' people. And whether you want to acknowledge the fact that white people go around renaming every damn thing that they come across is your own personal issue. Because historically it actually shows, as we sit here in a so-called America, that you have a history of doing that. You have a history of going around renaming things and fitting them into your intellectual diagram. You can go around and try to act like y'all the ones who are inventors of the history, and we have the documents, and it shows here, and we wrote this here and this and there. Man, y'all have created so much bullshit, and your knowledge is only one-sided. It's never based on the actual interpretation of what the African people said themselves. Because the Europeans destroyed the history of the Nubians and flooded their temples. In fact, you don't even want to acknowledge the fact that the people that built the pyramids were black in the first place, which is why we're even having this conversation. Because for the last 50 years, we have been having this intellectual debate between European so-called scholars and their interpretation of who built civilization's greatest nation, which we call Kemet. You don't even want to acknowledge it. You want to sit here and try to argue with me, knowing damn well you have no foot to stand on. It's like you telling me your people built the White House. Black people built the White House, not white people. Black people built America, not white people. White people are just good at changing the name. Really good at it. Really good at changing names of people and not acknowledging the truth. You want to try to interpret to us our history, and it's not your history. You're not from Africa. The intellectual disrespect, man, that we as black people constantly get from these dirty Europeans is sickening. For them to literally think that they could tell the fathers of civilization about its own history is wild. All of your museums are filled with our artifacts. And there's so many African nations out there right now that keep knocking on the door of you Europeans to send back everything that you have stolen. All of your knowledge is wrong. You can't sit here and debate with me and you still calling Asar Osiris. You still calling Kemet Egypt. You still calling the Nesubiti the Pharaoh. That's not even their original names. So if you don't even have the original names, that lets me know something. You're trying to hide something. You don't want to acknowledge the truth. See, when you understand them people, you understand their mentality. It's a reason why they love to rename things. You know why? Because it takes the spiritual power from it. Anybody who studies African spirituality, you know, in order to, when you speak somebody's name, you speak life into it. You awake the spirit of it. There's no such thing of a Horus. It's Heru. But if you listen to them, that's what they'll tell you. They'll tell you that Egypt was white. They were out there in 120 degrees building pyramids. They sat on the throne for thousands of years, and they had black people as slaves. That's the interpretation of Egypt that they want to display to you. So they can justify what they've done over here in America. Oh, you guys been slaves. You've been slaves since the ancient days. You were slaves in Egypt. But what they won't tell you is that the king who actually enslaved people in Egypt was the Hyksos that came from the north and sat on the throne in Goshen and put on the outfit of pharaohs. and enslaved the people in a town where they worship the devil Set. Look it up. They won't tell you that part of history. But if you go back and you look at the 10 Commandments in the movie, guess what the name of the king was? King Seti. Let's pull that up for a second. King Seti and the 10 Commandments. A movie that had a $12 million budget in America. Named after who? The devil. And what did the devil do? He enslaved people. They don't tell you that part. They go around and all around and they don't tell you that part. But we're going to pull it up right now because I really want to show y'all that. So you can actually see the truth. Oh, you thought I didn't know that? You know, try to have a debate with me, and I know you the devil. And I know you the... Man, I had to go jump in the lab real fast. Interpret history for you. He's going to always interpret it to his benefit. You can never take the knowledge of people who went around the world telling everybody that black people were savages, barbarians, and uncivilized. When history has now proven that is the furthest thing from the truth. And that the real barbarians and the real savage people are the colonizers. That's the truth. That's the truth. See, when you have a serious intellectual conversation with white people, they only want to use their interpretation of knowledge, their interpretation of history. That's the... We're going to show you. I'm going to let you speak in a second, Mr. What they want to try to make you believe is that these characters that they talk about in ancient Egypt and the founders of the actual ancient Egyptian empire were mythological people, and that their religion was based upon some mythological being. But that's not true. That's their version of their way of trying to outright the African people who actually built the civilization. They never give the black people who built the civilization any credit. They want to tell you that it came all the way from Mesopotamia, while at the same time acknowledging the fact that black people are the founders of human beings, period. You see how the bait and switch go? Civilization didn't start in Africa. It started in Mesopotamia. All the gods that came from ancient Egypt didn't start in Egypt. It started in Mesopotamia. Yet when you ask them how old Egypt is, how old Kemet is, they have no date. Then when you ask them who were the actual founders of the nation, it's never black people. It's somebody else. It's called racist education. If I can rewrite your history, I can rewrite your mind. If I can rewrite history, I could put a part in there where the albinos built civilization. Think about it. Think about it. 1 second, y'all. One second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. It's real simple, y'all. Real simple. If we go by their interpretation of our history, they're always going to write us out of it. And they'll sit there and try to tell you about who you are. And that's our problem. We sit here and listen to these people as if they have any knowledge on history at all. Then they rewrite everything. It's all part of their magic spells. Rewrite everything and put their name on it. They done wrote themselves into being Americans and not even from here. And then they go around and tell everybody who can be here and who can't. The Mexicans can't be here, but the Ukrainians can be here. The Mexicans can't be here, but the Germans and the Irish can be here. The Mexicans are illegal immigrants. The Haitians are illegal immigrants, but the Irish, the Germans, And the British, they can be here. Their whole psychology is based on even their way of thinking. And they think that they're right. That's the cold part about it is. And if you listen to them, they'll try to convince you that. We know from documented facts that Isis and Osiris, they got that interpretation from the epics of Gilgamesh and the Sumerians over there. They was teaching them about this and that. The founders of civilization come from ancient Sumeria. They have the oldest documents and oldest forms of civilization. The African people, well, they are the founders. They are the first people. Everybody does come from Africa, but y'all wasn't building those civilizations in Africa because you're just not smart enough. The Pharaoh was a white man. He was out there building pyramids in 120-degree weather with no shirt on. But if you listen to him, you believe him. Well, I read it in a book. Who wrote the book? Well, we did. Okay, well, there we go. Have you actually asked the African people themselves? Nah, what they say don't matter. Yeah, I know it doesn't. I know it. It's always their interpretation. And they're not even smart enough to get the damn names right. If you listen to them, your real name really is Toby. That's your real name. Not Kunta Kinte, Toby, because he gave you a name. So since your new name is Toby, you should get rid of the old name, Kunta Kinte, and now call yourself Toby, because the white man gave you a name. This is their psychology of thinking. They rewrite everything in history and then turn around and tell you this is right and exact. Yeah. And a lot of you niggas eat it up and chew it, swallow it, shit it out. Crazy. So look, let's get into this real fast. And I think I still got it. I do. I got it right here where it's supposed to be at.
Moses. Not to see your face again.
Look.
Seek. Hebrew slave. I am son. My son. Speak. This kid. Speak. Not possible. A prince of Egypt? It is not possible. Egypt, I spoke truly. The evil star for judge now. I spoke treason, my father. Work is this. Arrow of your judge. Arrow. Treachery and treason.
If you look and you watch the 10 Commandments, you can see it right there on YouTube.
Yes,
The king who is the Pharaoh at that time when they had supposedly enslaved the Hebrews,
shall I summon him?
his name was King Seti.
What?
And anybody who knows what the word Set means, it's the ancient Egyptian word for what?
Your master builder read upon
The
him.
devil.
Shall I summon him to? If he's not, bottle is empty. Come on.
Real simple. Yes, colonialism. Why would we as a people listen to anything that the colonizers say when it comes to history about our people? And what makes you think that the colonizers are going to say anything,
Found such a man?
anything
Found him in the midst of treachery and treason.
that's going to uplift
The builder read upon his hand.
your peoples historically
So I
wise?
summon him to Pharaoh's justice. Summon him? You have found such a man? Yes. The deliverer. The gift.
I really want to show y'all this. This is very, very important. Because what they'll do is they'll try to rewrite history right in front of your face.
If Moses keeps me waiting any longer.
I double the wager. I'll watch for Moses. You watch the dance.
Now, this is the Hyksos who sat on the throne in ancient Kemet and ruled as slavers on the land. And they made a movie about it.
While you wait to honor Moses, I will honor Seti's Jubilee.
Honor whose Jubilee?
The gift. I will honor Seti's Jubilee.
Honor whose Jubilee?
Wait to honor Moses, I will honor Seti's Jubilee.
In the chat, say his name again.
I will honor Seti's Jubilee.
Who?
Wait to honor Moses, I will honor Seti's Jubilee.
I will honor Seti's Jubilee.
Strange gift. You said if the deliverer.
I will honor Seti's Jubilee. Now let's go to that word Set. From which the word comes from. Set, also known as Seth or Sukteth, is the ancient Egyptian god of the desert storms, chaos, and violence, who played both protective and destructive roles in mythology. Huh? So when he's talking about, oh, well, you know, they had slaves in Egypt and we know this from, no. When you people came down into Kemet as the Hyksos tribe, you were enslavers. And that's why you still practice slavery still to this day, because you are an unnatural being. See, if you sit around and you listen to them, when they sit there and try to interpret to you about Egypt, they forget to tell you about that part. But they hide it in plain sight. So literally when you go and you look at the movies of the 10 Commandments, you look at it and you be like, all the pharaohs were bad. All the pharaohs were slavers. All the pharaohs were evil. Then they put it in the Bible. They don't tell you which pharaoh did it. They just tell you that a pharaoh enslaved people. But they don't tell you about the story about how the Hyksos came down from the north and dressed themselves up as pharaohs and enslaved people. They don't tell you about that. Neither do the Hebrew Israelites who run around outside out here telling black people that they don't come from Africa and that they're original Israelites who literally used to worship the devil. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you that the Israelites were in the town of Goshen worshiping the devil. They don't tell you that. They just tell you that the Israelites turned their back on God and that our people are descendants of them. never putting the blame on the devil himself for going around child trafficking and kidnapping people across the world, never putting the blame on the devil himself for going around molesting children in the Catholic churches that went around and told everybody in Europe that black people were cursed and they were deserving to be slaves. They want to tell you it was the African people's fault. They want to tell you that it was the Pharaoh's fault. They want to tell you it was the Egyptians' fault. But never give you the actual meat potatoes of the story, just a summary of it. Then they want to call the phone and tell you, oh, well, we call them Isis and Osiris because that was the Greek interpretation of it. Never acknowledging the African people history at all. Only their interpretation of lies. Disgusting. See, the thing about it, Joe, is that the truth always, after a period of time, always rises back to the top. And no matter how much they try to bury it, common sense will become common again. Now, we got him to admit that it was physically impossible for people who don't have no melanin to build anything in 120-degree weather in Africa. Then he wants to try to tell us that the slavery of Egypt is a slavery from them.
Great Pharaoh.
Talk to me.
Oh, finally he wants to talk. I appreciate it, man.
Well, long as you're not sitting up here trying to tell no lies, I'm not gonna let you do that.
I wasn't telling no lies.
I'm sure you wasn't, according to you.
According to history, but
No. According to your history. According to your history.
Let's try to agree to a couple of things here. All right.
Okay.
Let's try to agree to a couple of things.
Let's talk.
Let's agree to not turn this about race and try to.
No. Hell no.
So you
No.
want to be racist?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I mean, I don't think
Yes.
that's gonna work out for you, but if you want to be racist, you
Yes.
can be if you
Yeah,
want.
I can be. Yeah.
Why do you want to be racist?
Because of the fact that your knowledge that you're trying to spit to me is racist.
How is it racist?
Because you want to sit here and try to interpret my history by using Greek interpretation.
So you realize the hypocrisy in your statement, right? I'm sure you don't.
Tell me the hypocrisy in my statement.
So earlier when we were having our initial conversation, you said that all of humanity descended from Africa, right? Is that what you've been proclaiming this whole time? Yes or no?
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just asking, is it yes or no? Did all the civilization come from Africa?
Exactly, yes.
I'm asking. Okay, so the answer is yes from your position, and I will say that if your position is that all the civilization and fatality came from Africa, then technically I am discussing my history also. So
We're not being technical today.
I am though.
No.
I'm always
See,
technical.
you can't jump back over here after 400 years of racism. It don't work that way. Once
But
the
the
line,
thing is,
listen.
you're
Once the
assuming that I'm
line,
racist
once the
because I
line.
told you that I'm all
Hold, let me
skin.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Once the line has already been drawn, right, and the history books have already been written, it already lets me know that the knowledge from which you pull from comes from racist history.
But how can it be racist if it's all the same? It's all ancestral. It all comes from Africa. Greeks are just ancient or just descendants of Africa.
Now you're trying to play stupid.
I'm not.
Yes,
I'm,
you
I'm,
are.
I'm
You are.
literally using your logic.
No, you're not.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you have any kids?
Yeah.
Okay. If your kid has a kid, is your grandchild not related to you?
Come on, man. Stop playing around.
I'm not. I'm trying to be serious here. Answer my question.
You're not trying to be serious.
Can
You're
you
trying
answer my
to.
question?
You're trying to make it look as if European knowledge, wisdom, and their historical interpretation.
Okay.
But let me
okay,
finish.
okay,
Let me
okay.
finish.
So,
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Good,
You're trying to
good.
sit here and trying to make it as if the knowledge that you're getting comes from the African people because technically Europeans are Africans.
but you're the one that said that.
No, I did not.
So you did not say that all of civilization comes from Africa?
I did.
Okay, so then where did Europeans come from?
There are albinos from Africa or India.
So then they came from Africa. So then they're discussing their history.
No, they're not because they're not African.
But how are they not African if they came from Africa?
Because they left.
Okay, so do you live in America?
Yeah, but I didn't leave. I was kidnapped here.
You were kidnapped to America.
Yep.
So as an American...
No, I'm
what's
not
stopping
American. See,
you
there we
from
go.
going back-
There we go. There we go. Putting labels on things that's not true.
Okay, I know label. I'm not gonna get caught up on the syntax here.
Okay. Okay.
What is stopping you as a free man in this country right now from going to Africa?
Nothing.
So if you were kidnapped, why wouldn't you want to go back to Africa?
Simple. And I'm gonna break it down to you. It's a word called family.
Okay. So you have family in America, so that's why.
No,
you
hold
don't
up,
wanna
hold
go
up, hold
back
up,
to
hold up, hold
Africa.
up. This ain't America. That's your interpretation of it.
Well, it's the Americas. Whatever.
According to who?
Well, according to what has happened.
No.
over time.
Come on, man. Let's get to the nitty gritty of it. According to
All
who?
right. All right. So what did the?
Nah, see, now you don't want to
Americans
answer
call
the
this
question. I
land?
asked you a question. This place is called America according to who?
What do the Native Americans call this land?
I didn't ask you that. Don't ask me a question with a question. I asked you a question. This place is called America according to who?
You're so caught up in the syntax, you're missing the argument.
I'm not missing. I'm the one who started this argument. This is my channel. What are you talking about? Nah, see that people don't want to acknowledge. Don't want to acknowledge the truth, and that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I asked you a simple question.
Do you want me to answer your question or not?
I asked you a simple question. America is
Okay,
America
but
according to
do you want
who?
me to answer it, or are you going to keep interrupting me?
Answer the question.
Okay, so America, this land that's now known as America, was colonized, obviously, everybody knows this, by Spain and then later by Europe. We know this.
Okay. So that's not the original name of the land.
So no, but the point is it's not Africa either, and it wasn't called Africa then either, so who called it Africa?
Africanus from Rome.
Okay, so then somebody changed the name. Why'd they change the name?
You should ask Africanus from Rome.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so you want to hold on to the name of Africa, but we can't say America.
Who said I said it was Africa? I said it's El Cabalon, if you ask me.
Okay, so again, you don't want to go back to Al Calbalon because you have family in this country, right? That's your argument. Okay, so therefore, based on the argument that you had previously about the Europeans, the albino Alcabalons that left Alcabalon eons ago, or I'm just going to say Africa because that's what we know it as, and that's what you've been referring to it as this entire time, are no longer Africans. So you are no longer African.
No. No, I am still African. You are no longer African.
Okay, so you're African, but nobody else gets to be African, even though you're not in Africa. Make it make sense, man.
Easy. But see, your whole argument that you're trying to establish here of trying to say that European knowledge is African knowledge is still wrong. It's still wrong. No, it's not, because you just said it came from Greece.
Yeah, but Greece came from Africa.
No, they did not.
So then where'd they come from?
They come from Greece.
But where did Greece come from?
Come on, man. Do you want me to hang up on you?
I mean, you're
No.
hanging up
Do
on
you
me
want me
because
seriously?
don't
Do
have
you
an
want me
argument.
to? Do you want me to hang up on you?
You don't
Because
have an argument, man.
obviously, you haven't. Your common sense hasn't kicked in because you don't want
Let
to
me ask you a
acknowledge.
question.
Hold up.
You
You
said
don't want to
something funny.
acknowledge the original people knowledge of the land and their history. You want to sit here and tell me about Sumeria and Greece.
You said something when you hung up on me the first time because you couldn't say it to me while we were on the phone.
You were
which is
talking
fine.
too much.
I know why you couldn't.
You were
but
talking too much. That's why.
You said it on the YouTube channel, and everybody kind of sandblasted you for saying things like this because you couldn't say it on the phone.
What?
But the point is that you said that the reason why you couldn't have these conversations and that you're not going to entertain or dealing with whatever knowledge that I'm teaching or talking about is because I'm the devil, is what you said verbatim.
Well, you are.
So let me ask you this: if I'm the devil, right?
Yeah.
Why are you the one that's lying? Why are you the one that doesn't have good knowledge? And then if you want to make it about race, why do Africans in America write music about killing people, killing the police, murder, drugs, and sex, and all of these ideas and do nothing for civilization?
Okay, boom. I'm glad you said that. I
Yeah,
was waiting. Hold on. I was waiting on you to say that. I was waiting on it. So let me explain it to you. And I want you to not say nothing and just listen. And I'll break down everything that you just said. Now, you said if I'm the devil, then how come everything you're saying is right and exact, basically? So, like I just told people earlier, if you don't have melanin in your skin, right, you are a mutant, which means that the way that you think isn't the same way of a natural person's way of thinking because you can't absorb the sunlight. The sunlight gives out energy, knowledge, and wisdom to all the animals of the world. If you can't receive sunlight, that means that you can't receive the energy that comes from the universe. Now, that's the reason why Europeans build a civilization that has basically cave-based technology so that they can hide from the sun. So they can hide. Let me finish. So that they can hide from the sun. Now, when you said how come all of black Americans or black people over here in these lands, all their music is about drugs, guns, murder, and everything bad. Real simple. Who created the guns? Europeans. Who bought the drugs to America? Europeans. Who has killed and murdered for power in America? Europeans. So black people are socially engineered by watching who we see in power. So therefore, if we see how you got in power by committing genocide, by using guns, and by keeping people drugged up inside of the community, this is the dominant culture that we have learned from the people who enslaved us for 400 years. So even though your people don't rap about guns, they sell them. Even though your people don't talk about drugs, they use them more than anybody. And even though your people don't rap about murder, they're over there in Iran killing people by the thousands. So therefore, your argument about what we talk about and what you actually do is two different things. See, the Iran Contra scandal that happened up under Ronald Reagan, bringing drugs and crack cocaine to Los Angeles, California, is documented history up under the CIA files. Black people didn't go down there to Nicaragua and bring cocaine up here to bring to their own population. That was done by the United States government, aka white people. Black people don't manufacture guns in America. That is done by white people. Black people have one of the lowest rates of murder in America as far as going across the world killing people. That is white people who kill people not only by dropping atomic bombs on them, not only by committing genocide on races of people, but building instruments of weapons such as airplanes, aircraft carriers, battleships, and cruisers that they use to destroy and kill people across the world. So while you sit here and talk about what we rap about, let's talk about what you actually do as a people.
Okay. Is it my turn to talk now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, am I gonna get the same respect that I just gave you and not interrupt you at
Go
all?
ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right, sweet. So let's start with you're talking about how Americans or Europeans go and they colonize and they kill and murder, whereas Africans rap about it and talk about it, but they don't do that. We'll defer the crime statistics for now here in America. What I will hone in on is the state of Africa itself. So there is obviously, to a degree, other influences outside of Africa currently in Africa, but the rogue nation states of Africa right now have been in a constant state of rebellion and warfare and horrendous war crimes for a very long time on their own people. So I'm just curious as to how that equates, how if they're not under the same influence as, again, European quote-unquote influence in that region of Africa as they are here in America, which forces them to write about rap music, why is basically the actual thing that they're singing about here in America happening for real in Africa? First point. Second point, here in America, or any other country for that nation, in the world for that matter, any nation for that matter, doesn't matter if you're white, Cuban, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. It doesn't matter your demographic or race. If you have a gun in your hand, it's your choice, quote unquote, to do whatever you're going to do with that gun. Same thing with drugs. You have the opportunity to put yourself in a position where you are going to either do drugs or not do drugs, or buy guns and commit crimes with them, or not buy guns and not commit crimes with them. I find it very difficult to rationalize the fact that 9 times out of 10, when you find somebody that is involved in like a gang shootout, it's not really a bunch of white gang members that are shooting each other up in an impoverished neighborhood, but it's usually black people. I find it that it's very sad, for the record, that you have a wildly unbalanced demographic when it comes to the nuclear family, where you do have black fathers that just leave their families, you have black mothers that rely heavily on the welfare system, and all of these different things that degrade society. And not only do they not shun these ideals, but they literally are proud about them. Again, the idea of writing these songs and
catering to the next generation of young black men and women that wind up getting sucked into that same exact lifestyle. So it puts your people, it puts black people in a massive sociological deficit, because now the next generation has to figure out what does it mean to actually be black. Does being black mean selling drugs on the streets and rapping about being black and being a gangbanger, or does it mean going to college, becoming educated, finding a career, building something that's worthwhile for society? Next point, correction, the Europeans did not create guns. The Chinese were the ones that invented gunpowder, and they are not white. So I don't know how you want to go about that, but the reason why the entire world has the advanced, sophisticated warfare that we have right now is specifically credited towards the Chinese. Further point, you said that the Africans weren't the ones that really do this killing and all of this murdering and this violence. But again, I just explained to you previously that in ancient Sumer, in ancient Mesopotamia, in ancient Egypt, which is in Africa, the vast majority of all of these projects and constructions were done through slave labor, and these slaves were literally acquired by enslaving people, A, and B, as prisoners of war. So who are they warring against? If they don't kill people, who are they warring against? Where do these slaves come from? Do they just manifest out of thin air? I don't see that happening. My point being is, if Africans, right, you wanted to be racist, and I'm not even trying to be racist, but if Africans or black people here in America want to position themselves as, superior to white people or superior to Europeans, or having some kind of sovereignty over Europeans, which nobody does because nobody technically has sovereignty over anybody else, why is it that they engage in behaviors that people don't want to be a part of? Like, I don't want to listen to rap music. I don't gravitate towards it. I think it's foolish music. I think it's music for barbarians, if you will. I think that it doesn't educate people. It teaches people to be lesser than what they could be. If rap talked about, I don't know, equations, or talked about philosophy, or talked about edifying the mind and elevating your intelligence, then I would probably listen to it. But all of it anymore, and all of it for the last 30 years, has been a way of just pulling society down further and further, and antagonizing people to go out and riot and to go and create this fake revolution and all these different issues. One step further, because I can go on about this forever, but I won't, to be respectful, to have a space here for you to respond, because I would like to hear your response. Is that you see things like violence, right? I'll give you a case in point. When I was in 8th grade, I was friends with everybody. I had Puerto Rican friends, I had Mexican friends, I had Arabic friends, and actually one of my best friends growing up all the way basically until my senior year in high school was an Arabic. He was an Arab. I had a wide demographic of friends. I really didn't care for race. It's really hard to really dive into that at 8 years old, especially when you immigrate to this country, which is what I did. You assume that I was some racist European. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. I immigrated to this country as a child from another country, and that opened my doors to being friends with everybody. The first time that I ever got jumped ever in my life was by 8 black kids who couldn't fight me one-on-one. And they really didn't do anything. I don't know why they felt threatened. They ran after I grabbed a sack of rocks.
Okay, make your point. You're getting long with it. You're getting long with it. Make your point. Make your point.
I'm trying to get there. My point is that violence is constantly being gravitated, constantly being invoked by black people here in America, also by Africans in Africa. So you blame the Europeans for all this colonization, which they have done, but who's to say that the Africans wouldn't have done that had they had arrived to these sophisticated technologies before the Europeans did?
You finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, for one, let me ask you a question and being Pacific. When you say that African people are over there killing each other and doing this, can you give me a Pacific on that? A country, a tribe? Can you give me a Pacific?
Can you reiterate the question?
When you said that African people are over there killing each other, right? Can you give me a Pacific country and a Pacific tribe that's doing that?
A specific region in Africa where that's happening right now?
Yes.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll get some sources for you. But go ahead. While I'm searching, go ahead and go to your next point.
Okay. Now, everything that I just said, you never rebutted it. You didn't say that white people are over there in Iran killing people right now. You didn't say that the drugs that's brought in here to America aren't brought in here by white people. And then you try to say that white people didn't invent the gun because the Chinese people invented gunpowder. So I'm trying to figure out everything that I just said. You're sitting here making all these assumptions saying that black people are out here being violent in America. But I'm telling you that the violence in America comes from the white people, and that's where black people learned it from. You got to remember, black people are a product of the European settlers here. Meaning that the way that they talk, which is English, the education that they receive from Europeans, the TV, the shows, everything that they learn come from the people who are the same people who name the streets here in America. So therefore, we only know what has been put inside of us by the people who have designed this society. So therefore, to sit there and try to blame black people for speaking about the obvious is like trying to blame a kid for eating candy or something like that. See, the fact of the matter is that white people don't want to be accountable for black people's behavior, even though they have socially engineered black people in every single way. From the way black people talk, to the houses that they live in, to the education that they receive, to the food that they eat. All this is provided by the Europeans who have brought this culture and way of life over here, including the religion that they believe in. So the thing about it is that white people talk about being Christians, yet they go around the world blowing up and killing people. They talk about freedom, yet deny people freedom. And when you talk about what's going on over there in Africa and how the African people are fighting against themselves, the reason why I asked you to be Pacific is because I know for a fact that anywhere that you say, I guarantee you they're fighting over something that the white people have done. Now, if we want to go and we say, what about the genocide in Rwanda, about how black people went around and massacred the Hutu tribe and the Tutsi tribe were fighting against each other and they were killing each other. Well, when you go back and you actually look at the story of why they were fighting each other, guess why they were fighting against each other? They were fighting against each other because the Hutus were tired of being oppressed by the Tutsi, who were what? Favored by the Europeans. The Europeans turned around and gave the Tutsis power over the Hutus and gave them the ability to kill and murder them in the name of the Europeans. Nobody talks about that. If we talk about the different tribes and this and why they're fighting, well, of course you have tribal fighting, of course. But they're not committing genocide. They're not bringing in drugs to the people. They're not bringing in weapons and guns to divide the people up in order for them to fight amongst each other. All of these things we know historically for a fact that the Europeans do still to this day. It's called a divide and conquer tactic of getting the two tribes to fight against each other by supplying one tribe with weapons and denying the other ones. Same tactics that was used over here amongst the native people that were fighting against each other, giving them guns on one side and smallpox to the other side. The first historical case of bioweapons used against people is when the Europeans came over here and gave the natives the smallpox disease. See, when I say that white people are the devil, I'm not saying it because you're just a mutant, even though that's part of it. I'm saying it because your history shows that you have no problem with dropping nuclear bombs and destroying nature as well as destroying man. I can't say that historically my people have done that. And I won't say that because they weren't privileged to technology, because they was. They just ain't used technology because they had something called the 42 laws of Ma'at, which kept them from what? Pollution. And I haven't even talked about that with you yet. About all the amounts of pollution that the Europeans constantly spill upon the earth. In the form of sewage. In the form of air pollution. Water waste. I'm not even talking about that. So when I say it's your guys are the devil, I say it for a reason. Because historically, your behavior has been devilish. And even though you want to sit here and say, well, let's talk about the crime rates in America. Listen, let's get to the fabric of America. The fabric of America is real simple. The dollar bill is named after a man named George Washington, who enslaved over 100 African people over here and is considered to be the founder of this nation. So when you start a nation that is founded off of slavery, and the very fabric of the nation, meaning the currency that run throughout the nation, is the founder of a slaver, how can you expect people who are dependent on this dollar bill for food, clothing, and shelter to behave anything otherwise? Go ahead, I'll let you speak.
All right, so the first thing I'm going to say is I'm definitely not the devil. I don't know about you, but I'm definitely not the devil. Again, I've never gone off and raped somebody. I've never gone off and murdered somebody. I don't even talk about those things. I don't even care about those things. Yet I know a lot of people that are not my skin color that glorify those things every single day. So from my perspective, I would say that they're the devil because they want to see society where my child grows up in and where people that I grew up with grow up in come to a cessation or come to a place of degradation through their own violence and through their own wicked ways. So to me, that's devilish. Melanin. So here's a good point. So you say that white people can't go out and work in the sun and that they can't do these things because they don't have melanin. That's not even scientifically accurate. White people do have melanin, but it's just at a low level. And then you have all the shades in between that leads up to like a darker black person. But my cousin's husband was probably around the same skin color as me and works in the Florida Keys, which I'm sure is much hotter and sunnier than where you're at on a regular basis, and 10 to 12-hour days digging up the ground.
With no shirt on?
What's that?
With no shirt on?
Yes, he does if he has to, if it gets too hot. But he's my point I'm trying to make is that he's gotten darker over time because of what the sun does. Now you say these things that you're the devil because if you can't absorb the sun's rays, then you're evil. You can't absorb the light. First of all, the sun is one of almost infinite, not infinite, but almost infinite stars in the universe. So our sun, unfortunately, is nothing special besides the fact that it gives life to this planet specifically.
Besides the fact,
to go one step further, the sun that we have isn't even the greatest sun or the biggest sun in the universe. It's actually one of the smallest suns that we've observed. Oh. Outside of that, I can go out into the daylight on a regular basis and nothing bad happens to me with my olive skin. I just don't like to be outside for 20 hours a day, and I don't like being outside in 100-degree weather when in 2026 we sophisticated ourselves enough to have air conditioning and to be in a place of comfort where our ancestors worked extremely hard for that to happen, which is why you're sitting at home right now with a fan and air conditioning. If that wasn't the case, I would imagine you'd be outside right now toiling for 20 hours a day, like you said, building arbitrary pyramids that are not even needed in today's society. Furthermore, we have
arbitrary pyramids?
we have all kinds of people in our military. We have whites, we have Hispanics, we have Asians, we have African Americans, we have all kinds of people, even have Indians in our military that are all taking a part of what's happening in Iran, that have all taken a part of what's happened in Afghanistan, of what happened in Iraq. All of these people fought. So you can't just sit here and say it's all Europeans when you have black people in our U.S. military right now to this day that train on a regular basis to learn how to go to another country and kill other people that have gone to other countries and killed other people.
Who's teaching them? Who's teaching them? Who's teaching them that?
Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. But I don't want to lose where my thoughts are going. Then we can go from there. I'm just saying. I showed you the respect of not interrupting you. I'm just asking for the same in return. We've had commandants. We've had.
Well, you're being long with it. I need you to make it shorter.
Hold on, no, because you went on for a long time.
No,
man.
I did not. No, I did not. This is right. Remember, bro. This is my show, so make your point.
But I'm making a point to all the points that you put forward. You don't want me to answer to them or no?
I think you made your point.
You always do this.
I always do this?
Barack Obama was a black president, right? But he waged war. He absolutely waged war. He pioneered drone warfare in his presidency. That is a known fact. To answer your question about the armed conflicts in Africa, these are all the ones that are currently happening at this moment. You have the Sudan Civil War, the Burundi-Rwanda conflict, the Sahel insurgency, which includes the Mali, the Burkina Faso, and the Niger, Ethiopia, Eritrea tensions and Ethiopian internal conflicts, Somalia, Al-Shabaab insurgency, Cameroon, the Anglophone conflict, the South Sudan instability, which is raising to an armed conflict risk, Democratic Republic of the Congo, which has been a war zone for God knows how long, Mozambique, Nigeria, Niger, Chad, Libya, Madagascar, Benin, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Sahel spillover. These are the different war crimes that have happened through these different armed conflicts. Again, this is all in Africa. Yeah. I'm not sure, how the Europeans have anything to do with this, but we have the Sudan Civil War with up to 400,000 people killed and 13.6 million people displaced. The Eastern DR Congo, hundreds of thousands over the last few decades, with 7 million currently displaced. Tens of thousands killed in the Sahel insurgency, with 4 million displaced. Tens of thousands killed since the 2000s in Somalia, with 3.8 million displaced. In Nigeria, tens of thousands killed, with millions displaced. Mozambique, several thousand killed, with 100,000 displaced. The Libya conflict, 10,000 killed, with a large displacement figure. The Central African Republic, with tens of thousands killed, 100,000 displaced. Cameroon, several thousand killed, hundreds of thousands displaced. You have the Burundi-Rwanda tensions, Ethiopia and Eritrea. Then you have the fact that we have, let's see here, let me not lose this. Where are we at here? Give me 1 second. Had to pull a lot of data here to...
Okay, you got a couple more. You got 1 more minute left.
We had documented massacres and deliberate killings of civilians. These are Africans on Africans. We have the starvation of as warfare. So they're blocking food, they're blocking aid, they're blocking water, they're blocking medicine, all of that stuff. Widespread sexual violence against Africans on Africans, raping their own people at gunpoint. Child soldier recruitment. They're forcing conscriptions with children to fight in their wars. Attacks, basically terrorist attacks on hospitals, schools, markets, and aid workers. Sectarian targeting and cleansing. You said that you don't commit genocide, but that's Africans committing genocide on Africans. And torture, enforced disappearance, and arbitrary detention. So you may blame all of that on Europeans, but the Europeans aren't the ones doing that. Whether or not the Europeans somehow facilitate the armaments into Africa, the Africans are still the ones choosing to do those things.
Okay, now I heard everything you just said, but I see how you try to weasel your way out at the end by saying,
I'm not trying to weasel
hold on,
anything.
let me finish. I see how you try to weasel yourself out at the end by saying we might be supplying them with stuff, but we're not actually doing it. Now hold up. Now let me speak now. Now, first of all, let's go back to what you just said with first with Libya, because that's a known conflict that we all know about the man Muammar Gaddafi, who was murdered and killed up under the Joe Biden and Obama administration when they went over there and killed that man, a man who provided his whole people with free living, free scholarships, free health care, the whole nation. But because he wanted to only receive gold for his oil, not only did the Americas go over there and try to cause a coup by supplying the old monarch that was up under there, they gave them the guns and the ammunition to do it. Then after Gaddafi was killed and murdered in the street, they started a whole new slave trade funded by the Europeans out of Libya. Another situation over there in what we call the Sudan, between the Muslims and the Aboriginal people that's fighting over there. Because they had displaced the people up out of Sudan and kicked them out of their homeland, the Europeans turned around and gave the opposition guns, ammunition to kill who there was not giving the mineral wealth to the Europeans. Also down in Nigeria, right now you have a conflict where they want to control the oil pipeline that's going on over there in Nigeria. So what does America do? It turns around and gives the party favors, such as guns and ammunition, to the opposition group who with guns and ammunition. See, the thing about it is that your whole argument is trying to say that, well, the people, even though we give them the guns and ammunition to do these things, our hands are clean because it's not us directly a part of the war. But what I know for a fact, especially in the Congo, for a war that's been going on for a very long time, since the days of Leopold, who came down from Belgium and killed over 10 million Africans down there. Let me say that again. A man named Leopold who came down from Belgium and killed over 10 million African people down in the Congo. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that all of this cobalt, copper, gold, that all these European countries are still fighting for over there in the Congo are all about the resources of African people. And that all of these disputes that we keep having in Africa is because the devil wants the resources out of Africa, because in his own land, there is no lions, there is no gazelles, there is none of that out there. So what do? They use the money, power, and influence to go into these African countries and sue, dispute, so that they can get the resources out of these nations. Because these nations never fought against each other at this capacity over tribal beefs. They fight each other to be able to get the money, resources to give to the Europeans for the money, for the resources. So when you talk about black people in America, the number one root cause of all of their problems always boils down back to the Europeans. Because it is the Europeans who are the sowers of evil in this world at this time. They are the ones who are supplying the drugs and the guns inside of the community. Not the African people over here. They don't even make the guns. They don't even bring in the drugs. They're not going around the world over there in the Gaza Strip committing genocide against the Palestinians. They're not giving Israel $14-15 billion so they can fly their F-35 over unarmed civilians and kill them dead as they sleep in tents. They're not pulling the plug on babies inside of hospitals because they don't think that the Palestinians are worth living. These are all the things that the Europeans are doing across the world in the name of resources and power. The same reason why they came over here to the so-called Americas in the first place, for land and resources. So when you sit here and try to act like your hands are clean because you're only just delivering the guns, when you try to sit here and act like your hands are clean because you're only delivering the drugs, when you want to sit here and act like your hands are clean because you have monopolized all of the resources in America and tell black people they got to work for dollars in order to get any of the resources, well, I'm sure you'll say that we have nothing to do with it. It wasn't us who making y'all do all these crimes and do all this stuff, but it is you who's prosecuting us, but not yourselves. You got pedophile right now in the White House who's been convicted of a felony, yet he's still able to sit on the presidency.
All right. Am I good to respond now, or am I still waiting for more points?
You're still waiting for more points. So, also, this society is your society. It's European society. It's not based on African people's society. So being that it's based on your society, you have to take blame for the things you have committed. Black people don't go around and lock up white people for the crimes they commit. That's the difference between us and you. You can sit there and manipulate the crime sheets all you want because we're not persecuting you for being pedophiles, for being child molesters, because white people have the highest rate of pedophilia and child molestation in America. But black people aren't going out there locking you guys up for your incest, locking you guys up for your pedophilia, locking you guys up for molesting children. We don't build jails to lock you guys up in. But give us time. Give us time. And we will start building jails to start changing these crime rates for all these crimes you guys keep committing and getting away with, because we're not judging you the same way that you're judging us. You want to judge us for our music, judge us for our language, judge us because we're talking about things that we see you do. You're out here dropping bombs on Iran. You're out here kidnapping a man out of his country and putting him in jail in New York. If you don't know what I'm talking about the president of Venezuela. We didn't go over there and kidnap that man and take him to the country. You did. And when you say that the United States black people over here are inside of the military and they're participating in the military action, who taught them? Because we didn't design that military. You Europeans did. And we don't fund the military. You do. We don't make the policies and say that the Iranians are bad people. You do. You make those policies. You determine who's good and who's bad, which is the point of the whole argument. Your historical facts of what you think is fact is only based on the lies of Europeans. It's never told from the story of the African people at all. It's only told from a Greek point of view, which is why you refer to Egypt as Egypt and not Kemet. See, the fact of the matter is, not one time in this whole discussion did you want to take accountability for your own people's behavior. It's always blame. But hey, if I kidnapped you, molested your people, taught them a different language, gave them a whole economy outside of the way they originally lived, can I truly blame them for their behavior? Or can I blame myself for what I've done to them? Can I say that black people are bad at all if I built a society and I don't give them reparations for 400 years of slavery? If I start them off on an uneven footing and say, hey, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, we know you suffered in here for 400 years of slavery, but you don't deserve reparations. You don't deserve to have any compensation for anything that you have suffered for in this country. We're just going to blame you for your way for trying to figure it out. We're going to blame you for creating the music as an economic source to provide your family with money. We're going to blame you for the crimes that we do and you talk about. See, you talk about crimes, but we, white people, actually do them. I rest my case.
Well, I hope that that's the end of your case, if that's what you're saying, I guess. But I'm really just gonna dismantle all of it now. So, you just said that you are the one that is on the receiving end of the blame of the Europeans. First of all, before we go any further with this conversation, I want to just put it out there. The Europeans aren't doing a damn thing to Africa or any other nation for that matter. The time of European supremacy fell no less than 100 years ago after World War II.
Oh, they're not? Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I'm just making it a point. It's been an American supremacy for a very long time. That being said, outside of that, you're saying that you're on the receiving end of the blame. So I'm curious to understand how that works out, because you're saying, oh, we're just talking about the things that we're watching you do, but then you're also doing them. So, case in point, you say that, well, because we traffic the arms and traffic the drugs, which I do neither one of those things, again, for the millionth time, you guys are cleansed from the guilt, cleansed from any kind of, what's the word here? Responsibility, accountability, right? Of these murders and violent crimes that happen because of them. However, if you go to a predominantly white neighborhood where a lot of people have guns, you just don't have the same amount of shootings. That's a real number. If you go to a same group of black people, or the same amount of people that are in a neighborhood that are predominantly black, and you give them guns, you are going to have more shootings. You don't have the same number of drive-by shootings in America by white people as you do by black people. So you say that your argument said and held that you're just rapping about these things. You're just talking about the things that you're watching Europeans, which they're not even Europeans anymore, because Europeans are in Europe.
No, they are Europeans.
According to your logic, because if you're not in Africa, you're not an African anymore. So, if you are just rapping about talking about seeing other people shooting and doing drugs, why are you doing it? And not only why are you doing it, but why do you do it in numbers for being a minority in this country, dwarfing the majority of this country? The numbers don't even make sense. Why? Because African Americans or black people are more susceptible to engaging in violent crime. That is literally, quite literally, what it is. Period. Next step. Gaddafi? I can't believe that you would even mention Gaddafi. Gaddafi was killed by his own people. He was literally murdered by his own people. So I don't know how the Europeans had anything to do with that, but the Europeans did not force Gaddafi's own people to run into the embassy and drag him out and beat him in the street until he was dead. I watched it live as it happened.
Yeah, me too.
You say that that Africans are just not violent people again, and you talk about these reparations, sure. Why exactly do the Africans not owe Africans reparations for the slaves that they took in Egypt? And trust me when I tell you that 400 years is nothing. If you're so worried about the 400 years of American slavery, what about the multiple millennias that black people and other kinds of races, for that matter, were enslaved in Egypt? Do you go to Egypt and ask them for reparations for literally enslaving countless generations of your ancestors? I don't know. I don't really understand why you say that.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like you're being genuine. Like if you went to Africa and said, "I'm hunting down all of the pharaoh's bloodlines, and I'm going to make sure that they pay my family for reparations," then I guess you'd have an argument about what happened in America. But since you don't do that, and you just want to point your finger at the white person who apparently is also an African somehow, then I guess by all means go ahead and do that. Now, next step, you refer to the devil a whole lot.
Because you are the devil.
No, I'm not.
Listen,
I'm not.
listen.
You're interrupting me.
Yeah, I am interrupting you.
I am interrupting
you. So, like I said,
The devil is not a construct of African religion.
yes, it is. I just pointed that out. So let me explain something to you. So, like I said, and it's real simple, y'all. It's real simple. If you notice throughout this whole argument, when he's talking about reparations, he's telling us that us as black people who know directly that these white people over here in America have enslaved our people for 400 years and we don't deserve no reparations, that we should go and ask people over there in Africa who did not rape, molest, or murder our people, who did not change our language, that we were kidnapped from over there, is again not taking accountability for your own behavior. It's like I tell you white people all the time. It doesn't matter if the African people sold us to you or you kidnapped us or whatever. If you don't take accountability for your own behavior, you're a devil. Your people raped and molested African people and kidnapped them. You are a devil. You are to take accountability for your behavior. If I give you a dog, right? Say, for instance, I give you a dog. If I give you a dog and you beat that dog up, it doesn't matter who gave you the dog. It's how you treat the dog. That's the point that black people have been trying to get you to understand. But because you are the devil, you don't hear that. So being that you don't hear that, it only says that you're the devil. See, when we talk about what happened to Gaddafi, you don't even want to acknowledge the fact that it was the United States policies that worked towards overthrowing the man. You don't want to acknowledge that. You just want to say his own people did it. Same thing they do with Iran. They cause an uprising inside of Iran, and then they blame the government for them putting the thing down. Yet, when black people in America uprise against white people in America, they call us rioters. And then they send out the squad out there to stop us from rioting in our communities because we're fighting against injustice in our own communities. But when it's done overseas, it's okay. It was okay for the Iranians to fight against their government, but not okay for the Africans over here to fight against their government. They're called criminals. They're called rioters. They're called everything under the sun except people who want to be free from tyranny and dictatorship. People who want to be free from devil people who go around molesting children and pedophiles. We have a United States president right now who's a bona fide presidential pedophile. Who is a bona fide pedophile. Bona fide. And that's why I tell you, black folks, when you listen to their psychology, it's never accountability. Never accountability. It's always let's shift the blame and hey, nobody put that gun to your head and made you do it. Nobody put those drugs inside of your mouth and made you smoke them. It's always let's shift the blame. Never ever taking accountability for their own behavior. And that's why you're a devil. Because the devil never takes accountability for his own behavior. The devil just sowed wickedness and evil amongst the nations across the earth. Getting the people to fight amongst themselves for money. Never. They never do. They never take accountability of it. And see, it's so funny because when we first started this conversation, he tried to come up here on my channel and try to act like, hey, I'm just curious about what you got going on there. But the whole time, he was a white supremacist the whole time. And I knew it. You can't fool me. I been knew you was a white supremacist. As soon as you get online, I already know it. Did you go outside at night? Hurry up, go. I already knew it. I been knew he was a white supremacist. And I just wanted y'all to see how they think. And first thing he want to tell you is, it's not about race. Yes, it is. It's always about race in America. And no matter how many times they try to fool you and make you think that it's not about race, it is. These people are the devil. The USA stands for under Satan's authority. Believe that. Let me say that again. The USA stands for under Satan's authority. And they will blame the ancient Egyptians before they take accountability for what they did to our ancestors. They will blame everybody on this planet before they take accountability for their own devilish behavior. Not one time did he want to even acknowledge they made the guns. Well, we didn't make the guns. The gunpowder was made by the Chinese. The Chinese made gunpowder for fireworks, not guns. But how stupid do we think we are? No accountability. None. Well, the Chinese people made gunpowder. They made it for fireworks, not for guns. Black people didn't invent crack cocaine. White people did. White scientists. And they put it in our neighborhoods. White people invented meth. And they put it in our neighborhoods. No accountability. None. Just weaseling around their own actions. Anybody who knows anything about the CIA, you know this for a fact. The CIA has a base in everybody's country, and what the CIA does is it counters the intelligent people in the country for resources to steal and bring back to America. They want to sit here and say that black people are criminals, but never talk about their own criminals, their own pedophiles, their own child molesters. But black people don't have a police force to go around and punish white people for the crimes they do. But if we did have a police force to punish white people for their crimes, all of them would probably be in jail. All of them. Every single last one of them would be in jail for the shit that they have done. And they know that. So when you listen to somebody, that's why I told you the whole basis of the whole argument. If you listen to them, they're going to try to tell you that you're wrong, our knowledge is right, and this is the way it is. And when I asked them, okay, well, why is this country called? Well, you know why it's called America, because we know the Spaniards in it. Exactly. That's not the original name of this place. It's only because you guys write it down in a book and say it is and try to educate everybody, but you never go off of the knowledge of the Native Americans. You try to tell everybody that the Native Americans were ignorant, didn't know how to build a civilization, and were stupid. And the white people had to come over here and build a civilization so that everybody could have a chance to live in civilization. But that's the furthest thing from the truth. The natives had their own system, and they were very technologically advanced. They just didn't practice polluting the planet. See, the side effect of having technology is that you have to pollute the planet. In order to make these cell phones, you have to pollute the planet. In order to have nuclear technology, you have to pollute the planet. Every city that you see in America is polluted. New York, their greatest monument, is the most polluted. It's just rats, roaches, pigeons, sewage. Yet this is their jewel of civilization. This is their interpretation of it. So this whole debate right here is nonsense. Because this is a white civilization. So if you're mad at the way that the people act inside of the civilization, you created it. You created the civilization. Very simple. You don't want to pay reparations because you don't want to admit that you're a pedophile and a kidnapper. Period. You don't want to admit that. You don't want to admit the fact that you kidnapped black children from Africa and brought them over here and worked them for 400 years without giving them any kind of compensation. That's a devil. I don't know how anybody can see anything other than that. That's a devil. Then you try to sit here and tell me, well, I got a friend of mine and he worked down there in Florida and he work around with no shirt off and it's hotter than here. You know, white people, we got a little bit of melanin. No, you don't. I sit here and watch y'all on YouTube all day long. Y'all don't like being white. Y'all hate it. You hate the fact that you go out there and get sunburned. You hate the fact you can't go outside and work from sun up to sundown with your shirt off without getting a sunburn. I'm talking about not in your little caves that you call houses and stuff like that, but I'm talking about outside. You hate it. And we see it. Because there's been a lot of white women that come on here and say, I hate being white. I hate being pale. So the truth is what it is. Black people are just tired of you trying to rewrite history and sneak your way inside of there. And to our history like you used to do back in the early 1900s when we first came out with music. First came out with music, you try to put your face on our tapes. Say that was you that was singing on the song. Knowing damn well that ain't you. Stop rewriting history. Take accountability for your actions. Actually be some real Christians and repair the damage that you have done. Oh, but you won't do that. You know why? Because you're a devil. So I don't even expect you to take accountability for anything. I expect you to come on here and say, it's everybody else's fault except your own. I expect that.
I'm just not outside. Across the street?
I expect that. It don't really surprise me, bro. I just like to point it out to my people. I like to point it out. Because I don't expect no accountability from people who don't want to be accountable. I really don't. I don't expect it. Why would I expect the devil to be accountable for anything that he has done? Why would I expect people who worship the devil to actually be Christians? Why would I expect that? I don't. And majority of my people don't expect it out of you either, because we're the ones who actually had to do the devilish work with you. We had to. We were the ones that was punished by the devil. Why would we expect the people of the devil to act any other way than devilish? Why would we expect them? Why would we expect them to be accountable for murder, for rape, for pedophilia? Ain't that everything that the devil does? Why would they want to be held accountable for being devils? Think about it. I really want you to sit back and think about it. Why would the devil want to be accountable for being the devil if he know he the devil? He's just being his natural self. A rapist. I heard a brother, man, and this really tripped me out. He had an argument with a white dude. And he told the white dude, he said, look, homosexuality is a part of your culture. And the white dude tried to sit there and argue with him and this and that. And all the black dude did was show him historical facts of white people in Greece and in Rome having civilizations where pedophilia, homosexuality was deemed normal and accepted throughout the society. See, you go to Africa, there's no tribe that you can find in Africa where they practice homosexuality or child molestation. Not one. No tribe. No tribe in Africa practice homosexuality openly as a tribal tradition. Child pedophilia as a tribal tradition in their tribe. Not one African tribe. When Obama got in office, he tried to push that on the African people and they rejected him. Because it was part of their social engineering program to try to turn the African people into homosexuals because they were infected with it. So when we talk about social engineering programs, that's one that you can point to of Europeans actually going over there to Africa and trying to shame the black people for not being homosexuals and child pedophilias. Actual tax dollars sent over there to Africa to try to teach the people about homosexuality and child molestation and pedophilia. This is their culture, though. When you look at Rome and you look at Greece, this is what they did. They were pedophiles. They were homosexuals. That was their culture. And it's well documented. And they try to put that off on our people. And they say, oh, well, it's just a behavior. No, it's not just a behavior. This is something that you practice because you are a mutant. Do you get that? You are a mutant. So since you are a mutant, you act unnaturally. You act unnatural. You do pedophilia. You do child molestation. You do homosexual acts. Because you are a mutant. You're a mutant. So those things to you are normal because it's part of mutant behavior. And everything that black people have learned in America comes from y'all. Because you can't find these practices in Africa. There is no island of black women called the Lesbo Island. That was white women. There is no tribes over there that wrote laws saying child pedophilia is okay. That was white people. That wasn't allowed in our culture. You'll be killed for that. Out of here. Done. And they tried to get Obama to introduce that to our people because he's a half mutant. And they tried to get him to go over there to Africa and introduce homosexuality to those African people over there because his mentality is European. They use him as a scapegoat or as an infiltrator to the African people to try to teach them the ways of the mutant. Period. See, the truth is what it is. So you can't expect the devil. You can't expect it. You can't expect the devil to be anything but devilish. You have none? Huh? You don't have none? Okay. Yeah, she's supposed to be outside. I'm done, y'all. That's it. I'm done. Hotel.